Pendidikan bukan proses tanpa arti, tapi jalan panjang penuh dedikasi. Langkah demi langkah, asa demi asa, meneguhkan hati perlahan mencapai cahaya, menerangi harapan demi Indonesia. Begitu banyak tragedi di penjuru negeri ini hanya karena salah dalam memahami. Dan komunikasi adalah kunci demi cahaya harmoni. Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Brawijaya menciptakan generasi emas, generasi profesional menghadapi era global tanpa melupakan nilai lokal.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu.
Good morning. Greetings to each and every one of you. May peace be upon us all.
Kepada yang terhormat Ketua Program Studi Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Universitas Brawijaya, Ibu Maulina Pia Wulandari, SS MKom PhD. Yang kami hormati Bapak Ibu Keynote Speaker dan Plenary Speaker. Yang kami hormati Bapak Ibu dosen dan tenaga pendidikan di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya.
We extend our respectful greetings to all Chancellor, members, educational staff of Brawijaya University, especially in the Communication Science Department, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, our distinguished speakers, as well as the esteemed ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024.
Pagi hari ini izinkan saya buka dengan satu pantun. Jalan-jalan ke Indonesia, jangan lupa beli cindera mata. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu peserta, mari semangat untuk hari kedua. Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas segala rahmat-Nya pada hari ini Selasa 29 Oktober 2024 akan kita ikuti hari kedua pelaksanaan Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. Perkenalkan saya Sasa Maulidina dan rekan saya Aleida Maharani yang akan memandu acara di hari ini.
Let us offer our gratitude to God Almighty for all His blessings which enable us together today. Tuesday, October 29, 2024, for the second day of Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Aleida Maharani, along with my colleague Sasha Maulidina, and we will be guiding you through today's event.
Baik Bapak Ibu peserta yang kami hormati, sesaat lagi kita akan memasuki sesi materi bersama keynote speaker yang akan dimoderatori oleh Ketua Program Studi Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Universitas Brawijaya, sekaligus Ketua Panitia Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024, yakni Ibu Maulina Pia Wulandari, SS MKom PhD.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the presentation session with our keynote speaker. This session will be moderated by the head of the Master's Program in the Communication Science at University of Brawijaya, who is also the chair of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024, Mrs. Maulina Pia Wulandari, SOS MKom PhD. I'd like to share a bit about her academic journey, our distinguished moderator, Mrs. Maulina Pia Wulandari, SOS MKom PhD. Mrs. Pia holds a PhD in management with specialization in employment relation from the University of Newcastle, Australia. She completed her master's in communication management at University of Indonesia and earned her bachelor's in communication science from the University of Erlangen. Dr. Pia currently serves as the head of the postgraduate program in communication science at University of Brawijaya. Her research spans critical topics such as social justice, democracy, and crisis communication. Throughout her career, she has contributed extensively to academic research, publishing in renowned journals, and presenting at international conferences. Mrs. Pia's expertise and leadership make her valuable guide for our discussion today. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Pia Wulandari. Mrs. Pia, how are you?
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I
I'm
hope
good,
you are in a
thank you.
great condition today, Mrs. Pia, and you may begin your presentation, your moderating.
Okay, thank you so much. So, good morning, everyone. So, today we have a very special guest. Our keynote speaker is distinguished Professor Dr. Jim McNamara. Hello, good morning, Pak Jim.
Yes, good morning.
How are you today? Is it
I'm
good
ve-
in Sydney?
I'm very
I
well,
can
speaking to
see
you from Sydney.
Yes, is it still cold in Sydney?
It's cooler than Indonesia, but we are coming into spring, so the weather is fine.
Okay, do it. Because the last time I visited Sydney and with you, it's a bit cold and windy over there. So just let me read your CV before you. Is Professor Jim McNamara is a professor in the School of Communication at the University of Technology. He's also a visiting professor at the London School of Economics and Political Sciences, or LSE. He is an internationally recognized leader in evaluation of public communication and for his groundbreaking studies of organizational listening by and in governments, corporations, and NGOs. Jim is the author of 19 books, including the brand new one, Evaluating Public Communication, Exploring New Models, Standards, and Best Practice, and Organizational Listening, Part 2, expanding the concept, theory, and practice, published in 2024, and more than 100 book chapters, and academic journal articles and conference papers. He has led research project for the World Health Organization, or WHO, during the COVID-19 pandemic, also for NATO, governments in Australia, and he has worked closely with the UK Government Communication Services, GCS, over the past decade. So Jim, without further ado, the screens and microphone are yours. You can start your presentation.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to present at this conference. So, Pierre, if anything goes wrong with my sound or visuals, please interrupt and let me know. I'm particularly pleased to talk about the theme of navigating social changes with a focus on communication, information, and new developments such as AI. You'll notice in my title of my presentation, however, I'm going to talk about navigating change in communication, but I'm also going to discuss with you some things that I believe remain the same, some fundamental principles that are always the same and that we need to remember. Now, there's no question there is a large amount of change socially, technologically, etc. We live in what's been called a networked society, a phrase coined by the philosopher Manuel Castells. We know that it's a world full of big data. And of course, most recently, we've seen the development of generative AI, which is a major step forward in artificial intelligence, rapidly advancing even as we speak, from use of large language models, LLMs as we call them, even into multimodal language models that can read images as well as video and text. There's huge environmental changes in the world, and of course, and many social changes, and the list goes on and on. In the theme of your conference, you're looking at information and communication, as well as these new technologies. So I'll start with talking a little bit about information. Information has been around, of course, all through human society. And most recently, we've talked about information society. However, information is not new. The photograph on the screen, which you can see, talks about the beginning of the information age. Not so recently, in fact, in 1946, with the development of one of the very first computers. So the information age has long been established, and most of us have been born well into the information age. The issue that I'd like to particularly discuss with you today is evolving from an information society into a communication society, a phrase coined by philosopher Alain Touraine, and I have put references that are available in my slides. If we look at information, there is clearly a lot of information in the world. As of the last month or so, it's estimated that there is almost 5.5 billion internet users. And interestingly for you today, Indonesia, as you may know, is the fourth largest internet user population with well over 200 million internet users. 5.17 billion are using social media, so more than or almost 2/3 of the world's population are now using social media. We create documents and post much of our information into what we call the cloud. By 2025, next year, it's estimated that the cloud will hold over 100 zettabytes of data. Now, I know zettabytes are hard to understand, but to break that down, that's 1 billion terabytes, or into a term we might all know better, 1 trillion gigabytes of data held online. There's 18 billion mobile devices, and more than 7 billion of those are smartphones. And as I mentioned, of course, and as you know, generative AI, being led by companies such as OpenAI, are creating ever more powerful versions. The latest one at the moment being ChatGPT's 4.0, O standing for Omni, which means it can process text as well as photographs, other forms of images, tables, and even video. We all know there are satellites, but most people have no idea how many. There's almost 10,000 satellites currently orbiting Earth. Many of those, most of those, in fact, transmitting information in some form or other. So change. Yes, there is change, but I'm going to refer here to a song produced by a group called the Pretenders back in 1986, and they sang that something is lost, something is found. And the key line was, some things change, some stay the same. And in fact, that's an adaptation of a very old French saying, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, meaning the more things change, the more some things stay the same. And I just want to talk about that contrast of how we have this rapid change, but yet some things, very importantly, remain the same. Now, just to be slightly provocative, I want to suggest to you that research actually shows that we are not living through a period of rapid or particularly rapid social change, not compared to, say, the period from 1900 to the 1960s. And these are just a few examples of the sort of change that happened in that earlier period of the 20th century, from between 1900 and 1960. The only 2 world wars occurred in that period. The greatest depression, the greatest economic collapse in history occurred in that period. That period was the birth of the nuclear age, a major change in society. It was the period of the space race and putting a man on the moon. Post-World War II, it was socially, it was the baby boom generation that was one of the largest changes in populations. On a social level, we had the civil rights movement. It was really the acceleration of feminism. Second wave feminism came in that period, as did gay rights, mass migrations, and so on and so forth, the shift from modernism philosophically towards postmodernism. So I'm not denying that we are living in a period of change, but just to keep it in context, it's very important to recognize that change is not the primary motivator and driver of how we live. Change has always been occurring, and change has often been more rapid in other periods. So I want to move from talking about information to talking about communication. And it's very interesting because the word communication, whether you use it in komunikasi, as in Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Malaysia, comunicazione in Italian, communication in German or in French, all of these terms come from a Latin root going back thousands of years. Communis, the Latin root, and leads to 2 other terms, the Latin noun communicatio and the Latin verb communicare. These terms are quite different to information because communicatio is about sharing as well as imparting. Yes, it means distributing or imparting information, but it's more about sharing information. And communicare, the Latin verb, means to share or make common. And we know that the word community comes from these terms also. And so communication is much more than information. It's more about sharing, exchanging, etc. And if we look at modern English dictionary definitions, we see the same thing. Here's one definition says it's the imparting or interchange of thoughts, opinions, and information. So yes, it is us distributing and imparting information, but it's also the interchange, a process by which information is exchanged. And another definition, a process in which participants create and share information with one another in order to reach mutual understanding. And so I'm making the point that communication, something that's been around all through human society, the origin of the word, which goes back to Latin, is something that has always been with us. The construction, and this is an interesting definition, this is Manuel Castells, very famous philosopher, has written a new book in 2024, an advanced introduction to digital society. And in this, he says, and you'll see on screen, communication is the construction of meaning through the exchange of information. Those key words, meaning and exchange, are very important. And so what we're reminding ourselves of is that communication is different to information. Communication is a two-way process. And this is something that I've been writing about recently in a new book that I've only just sent to the publisher. It'll be produced, printed in 2025, writing about public communication and public policy. And in that book, I proposed, or I summarized, a model of 4 purposes for communication. And I'll blow this up just so we may be able to see it a little better. And I won't go through all the theoretical frameworks, but just looking at the left-hand side, we have to acknowledge that one purpose of communication is to inform. Yes, that's quite valid in education and in mass media, and that is a one-way process. We also know that it is valid and legitimate to use communication to persuade, which is also one way. And we use persuasion in marketing, we use it in behavior change campaigns, so forth. But what this table is important in showing is that there are 2 other deeper processes or purposes of communication. The third purpose, after informing and persuading, is interacting. And this is a two-way process. The word asymmetrical is used, meaning it's not always symmetrical or balanced. It may be more from one side than the other. But this is where communication, we talk about the applications. If you look at the center column, it's about dialogue. It's about listening. It's about learning. It's about consultation. It's about engagement and participation in relationships. And finally, at the bottom of the table, communication can go even further to be, the purpose is to transact, where it's two-way, becomes more symmetrical, because that involves collaboration, even co-design, co-production, and co-creation. So I just wanted to remind ourselves that these are the advanced purposes of communication, and they always have been so as we working in society. Now, I want to draw on some of my research at the moment to look at what is happening in practice. And what we do see is communication is very often at the higher levels of that table, or the one-way levels, information and persuasion. But a lot of my research shows that there is communication without listening. For example, in the studies I've done in over 10 years on organizational listening, I found that 80% on average, of the public communication by organizations is organization speaking. And what I mean by that is organizations speak through, for example, advertising, press releases, corporate websites, social media posts, presentations and speeches, publications, and so on. And that's important, but that's only one part of communication. Sadly, sometimes up to 95% of the communication work of organizations is speaking and distributing information. So when we look at the more advanced purposes of communication, engagement, consultation, and dialogue, again, I'll draw on some of my research, because what I found in studying evaluation of public communication, the word engagement is used very extensively as stakeholder engagement, is used in public relations, it's used in strategic and corporate communication, but it's being described as a prototypical buzzword. When we talk about engagement, we often mean nothing more than likes or follows or click-throughs online. And yet engagement is a psychological concept that is a much deeper level of participation than simply likes or clicks. One of my studies on organizational listening was conducted in the UK following the EU referendum, which of course led to Brexit. And the incoming Prime Minister after the Brexit vote, Theresa May, spoke at a conference and said, how was it that the UK, against all forecasts and predictions, voted to leave the EU when in fact everyone believed they would remain? And she said, clearly the government was not listening to the people when it called that referendum, because the government was very confident and was recommending a Remain vote. She said, clearly the government was not listening to the people. That's a very significant admission by a Prime Minister. And as I said before, I've recently completed writing a new book looking at how communication is used in public policy. That is, how governments engage with people when they are developing policies. Are they consulting? Are they engaging? And just to summarize that research, which will be published early next year, it's found that mostly communication is used after policies have been developed. So governments typically, and this is conducted across 3 continents in 5 countries, and it's showing that communication is used for announcing and promoting policies, but it's not understood in a two-way approach of listening to people, engaging with people, consulting with key stakeholders. And so I've summarized that communication is used to, what I say, tell and sell, rather than in a two-way approach. So my summary from many years of research is that most public communication design is based on an architecture of speaking. And when we talk about communication, to me, it is much more important that we also listen in communication. We must listen if we are to engage. There can be no engagement if an organization is not listening. We must listen to consult. We must listen to have dialogue. Without listening, dialogue is simply 2 or more people speaking. We listen to evaluate, because evaluation research that I do a lot of is very largely listening to hear the results, listening to hear what people have learned based on communication. And of course, we listen to learn. Now, organizational listening is not simply something we do with our ears. And in organizational listening, my research focuses well beyond interpersonal listening. Interpersonal listening is very important, and it does occur in organizations. But organizations that you and I work for, there are 3 key characteristics that we must be mindful of. The first is scale. Organizations don't have to listen just to 1 or 2 or a small family. Organizations need to listen and engage with thousands, sometimes even millions of people. So how do they do that? Well, one thing they do is organization listening is often delegated. It's delegated in the organization to functions such as research, customer relations, to HR, in the case of internal communication. It's delegated to social media monitoring teams, to stakeholder engagement teams, and so forth. The third very important characteristic is that organizational listening, because it's often at scale, it is mediated, meaning it can't all be done with human ears. We need the voice of people is mediated through letters, through emails, through complaints, through social media, through consultation, submissions, reports, through calls to call centers, and so forth. So organizations need to be listening through these mediated and delegated channels. It has to be more than simply listening to each other with the human ears. And so in evaluation work, I actually say that evaluation is mostly listening and learning, because we know there are 3 types of evaluation. We need to do formative or ex-ante evaluation before our communication to identify baseline, the existing awareness. We need to understand audiences. What are their interests? What are their concerns? What are their needs? In other words, evaluation is largely about listening. We then also do monitoring during the process stage. And then finally, we need to understand the communication outcomes. What is the attitudes or awareness or behavior change that's occurred? What is the contribution to impact? And very importantly, in modern evaluation, we talk about the importance of not just stopping after a campaign has ended and reporting, but looking for insights to inform future strategy. With the World Health Organization, we developed not just an M&E model, as it's sometimes called, measurement and evaluation. We developed a model called the MEL model, measurement, evaluation, and learning, because we need to do all three. We need to be monitoring, taking measures. We then analyze data. We then compare the data to our and the findings to our objectives. But also, importantly, we then identify results and apply the learning to future planning. And so this model involves a lot of listening. One of the other models from our research that I'll share with you today that is published and available and you may find useful is that we tend to plan our communication, strategic communication and public relations programs using program logic models in stages. And many of you will be familiar with inputs, activities, outputs, and then outcomes, and finally impact. But I wanted to use this to show where there is need to be change in order to have really effective communication. And so what we can see when we look at inputs, activities, and outputs is that these are things that we do as practitioners. These are things we produce. So inputs go into planning. The activities are things like producing advertising and media briefings and writing and producing videos. And the outputs are when we place the advertisements or we place media publicity, we produce website content and post it online, we produce videos and so forth. What we must bear in mind is that outcomes occur with the audience. Outcomes are what audiences do, or you may call them your target publics. Audiences, outcomes are about evidence of reception and reaction and response. And impact occurs is what occurs as a result downstream. Now, another way of looking at this is to ask yourself where is this data coming from? Where is this activity being conducted? And inputs and activities, of course, occur in the organization. They are part of planning and production. Outputs occur in media and various channels. They are part of distribution. And by media, I'm including websites and social as well as traditional. Very importantly, outcomes occur in the audience. They are evidence of receipt and response. And then impacts occur in a business, in an industry, in society as a result. Now, this dissected model, as I call it, where I separate out, exposes a really important issue, and that is so much of our work is at the activities and outputs level in this gray area. We are doing things like writing and producing videos, and we're placing media publicity and website content. But what we need to recognize is that all of that is occurring in the media. There's no guarantee that it's having an effect in the audience. And so I use this model to really emphasize that if we want to transition from what I said at the beginning, from information to true communication, we need to be moving from activities and outputs into genuine outcomes and impact. Now, outcomes and impact are things like at the short term, low levels of engagement, follows and likes are quite low levels, but a higher level of engagement are shares and retweets and positive comments. Even higher is conversions like click-through for more information, to register, to subscribe, to join. And then finally, more long-term outcomes are evidence of increased awareness, positive attitudes, behavior change, adoption of a policy, and so forth. Downstream impacts are things like improved public health or increased investment, improved environment, and so forth. So I shared this model with you to really make that differentiation between information and communication. And we deal with information every day, and we need to deal with information. But at the end of the day, information is produced through our activities, and it's distributed as outputs. But to be true communicators, we need to be achieving outcomes. So as I move towards pulling this together and some final thoughts, I just wanted to share with you these thoughts that, this is a photograph of Andromeda. It's the nearest galaxy to our galaxy, the Milky Way. It's 2.5 million light years away. My question to myself and my academic colleagues and my practitioner colleagues is, how come in the world we can measure this, but often we can't measure the impact of our communication? Another amazing image is this one that you may have seen online. And I asked the question, how come we can take photos of distant galaxies with this precision, but often we can't present a clear picture of what we do, what impact we have? Yes, we can track the information we're producing and distributing, but what is the outcomes of our work? Now, just to put a little bit of flesh on the bones of my talk, if you're asking me, well, how can organizations listening? Of course, we must all listen interpersonally, and management needs to listen, but they have a very limited capacity to listen to the large-scale audiences that organizations have. So we need systematic organizational listening, and this can be done through many ways. Research, particularly qualitative research, such as interviews and focus groups, where we can go and talk to our key stakeholders. Social media monitoring is one way of listening, often called social listening, but we need to be ensure we're listening not just to our own PR, we need to be listening to what other people are saying. Some of the very important technologies for organizational listening, though, are things like machine learning text analysis, because we receive open-ended comments in surveys. Organizations receive complaints. Organizations receive submissions and reports. And those are the voice of people and stakeholders speaking through mediated forms, through text. So we need to be able to analyze that. In my research in the UK report that was mentioned earlier in my presentation, and the web link is available, you'll read in that I found one public consultation in the UK that received 127,400 submissions, more than 1 million words. But the communication staff had no software and no time to actually analyze that. You can't read manually, you can't manually read 127,500 submissions and make sense of it. And so what we needed to do was to bring in machine learning, natural language processing software, and we then could analyze those submissions and really listen to them, and therefore gain the learnings, which is true communication. With the development of AI, there's a tendency to think of AI as another way to produce information, or content, you may call it, and to distribute content. But AI also provides powerful analysis tools. And another quick example I will give you is that just recently in my university, one of our divisions analysed a consultation submissions to a federal government. The federal government had an inquiry into regulation of social media. How could they be better regulated? And they received almost 3,000 submissions, and many of them were quite lengthy. So that's a lot of content. A group called the Centre for Media Transition here at my university used ChatGPT 4.0, a very latest version of ChatGPT, not to produce content, but to analyze those submissions. And they're able to identify the key themes, the main messages, producing word clouds and charts and graphs. And it took 56 minutes to analyze 3,000 submissions. So there are these powerful tools and technologies available, but we need to be using them not just for information and producing more and more content. We can be using them to produce true communication. There's also many other methods for organizational listening that we often typically don't use. Citizen juries and citizen councils. In Europe, there's a lot of use of citizen assemblies and citizen dialogue, as well as formal consultation and deliberative forums, and so on. So let me conclude with a few key points. Thinking of your theme, yes, there is lots of change. There is certainly change. There's a lot of new technologies, but it's not the most changing period in history. We have to think very carefully. Change does cause two things. It causes fear in some cases, but it also causes cyber optimism, or what some call cyber euphoria. the idea that everything is changing and it'll all be great. Change has always been occurring. Usually neither of these situations is justified. Normally we find out we don't need to fear technology, but also technology on its own does not fix all of our problems. Change is normal. The only thing constant about change is its constant. So my conclusions, three key thoughts I'd like to leave you with, three very key thoughts. That first of all, the fundamentals of human communication remain the same. Communication is a two-way process. It is not just producing and distributing information, which is a huge amount of the work done by communication professionals. We need to be listening, we need to be sharing, we need to be exchanging, learning, and adapting to have true communication. The new technologies and the changes that are happening are available to us, but we should use them for organizational listening, using them for evaluation. Don't just use them for sending out more and more information. And a very final point that I can leave you with, it's a decision we all have to make. I'll just go back very briefly to that previous slide. Question for all of us is, are you a communicator or are you simply an information provider? Because never more in history, we need communication. We've been through a period of an information age, an information society. Many people are drowning in information, but most of society is lacking true communication. Thank you for listening, and I'm very happy to answer some questions if that's possible.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Jim, for your presentation. It's very interesting, and I got some point that you highlight the importance of organizational listening and evaluation in the development of digital technology. I believe that your presentation is a very, I still face that some organizations doesn't want to use the digital technology to listen what the public say about them. Is it because of the ego of the organization, or is it because of, like organization always think that they are the main point of being relationship with the public, or because they're just public, they can say whatever they want to say, but we are the organization who the one decide whatever what we want to do. What do you think about that, Jim?
It's a good question, Pia. I think there's no one reason, but I think you've named some of the purposes. I think there is what we call an organization-centric view in organizations. Organizations, whether they are government or corporate, they do have a lot of expertise, and therefore they see themselves as the experts that knows things, and often believe that the public does not necessarily have knowledge to contribute or have a right to contribute. Of course, that is changing around the world. We now recognize the concept of lived experience, that people's lived experience can be very, very important. Also, at the end of the day, we need people to accept the policies and the decisions and to support companies. And people tend to not support organizations who don't listen to them. So I think for the organization's stability, they need to recognize, and it applies in democracies, but also even in successful socialist states, governments need support, companies need support to remain sustainable in society. And I think there's one more part of the problem, though, and that is I think we as communicators need to do better, because I think if we use the skills and the technologies for listening, we can also bring valuable information into the organization. We can bring understanding, we can bring intelligence that actually becomes a benefit for the organization, because sometimes the organization either ignores or fears input, but we as communicators can show that that listening can be extremely beneficial and can inform strategy and make better decisions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jim, for your explanation. I think we can get the point that nowadays organizations must listen no matter what's happened. I think political system in the country is not really give big contribution because now public is much more stronger than the organization. So I think I can see some audience want to ask you some question. Please raise hand. Is there anyone to ask some question to Professor James directly? Or if you are shy or if you are not confident with your English, is fine. You can type your bahasa Indonesia, pertanyaan bahasa Indonesia di dalam kolom chat, and then I will read for you. So, Jim, once again, and then regarding evaluation, most of let's say communication professionals, they are try very hard to avoid evaluation because some of them thinks that evaluation is complicated methods, needs a lot of budget allocation, also needs a lot of time. Sometimes they afraid of the result of the evaluation. What do you think about that, Jim?
Yes, I think it's all true. Many communication professionals, there's several reasons. I think they are fearful, they're frightened of doing it. They see it as complex. And also many communication professionals come from a background in arts, creativity, journalism, writing. They don't have backgrounds in statistics, for example, in most cases. And so often they don't have the skills to do advanced evaluation. But in the MEL model I showed on screen in the presentation, evaluation is problematic if we see it as something done at the end. Because by the end of a communication campaign, it's too late to change anything. There's not much you can do differently. If you take good evaluation theory and say that you do the first evaluation at the beginning as part of planning, that's when you're able to use evaluation to, and what we're talking about is evaluating existing attitudes, evaluating existing awareness, the existing audience understanding, also evaluating which channels people trust. All of that kind of information informs the communication and that will be more likely to be successful. If we plan communication and we don't really know what people want and how people think, and we don't know which media they prefer to receive information in, we can make a lot of mistakes, we can waste a lot of money and waste a lot of time. So evaluation done in a progressive way from what we call formative evaluation before campaigns and then tracking gives us valuable insight. It helps the process of planning. And so we need to integrate evaluation and planning as part of a cyclical process. They are not separate things. And when you do that, evaluation becomes your friend and becomes your helper.
Okay. So, yes, of course, nowadays we have a sophisticated technology to monitoring what people saying in the social media. But the problem is that sometimes organization use third party to analyze or try to evaluate what people say in the social media because maybe the lack of human capacity or because of the accessibility of the technology. But there is an ethical problem over there, Jim. Do you think that using third party it can be very useful for the organization to listen, or do you think there is some ethical issue will become if we using third party because of the problems that facing by the organization?
So the use of third parties, some evaluation can be done internally by communication professionals, but in fact around the world, a large part of evaluation work is done with third parties. The key thing with third parties, and we're talking here about media analysis companies, media monitoring companies, survey research companies, is that we should engage professionals. There are reputable survey research companies, for example, and they do abide by codes of ethics. We need to work with reputable suppliers and ensure that they are, for example, most research companies are members of a market research society that has ethical standards. The reason we need third parties is there are some specialist skills required. Media content analysis, more than just monitoring. If you want to do content analysis to produce charts and graphs of share of voice, for example, and audience circulation and audience reach. That sort of data is available to professional media companies, and we need to buy that data. But the key is to use reputable companies, and also for the communication practitioner to at least have a general knowledge so they can brief the third-party supplier and to know when they're getting a good quality report. Because unfortunately, there are some disreputable suppliers in the marketplace. And something I do a lot of work with is working with AMIC, the Association for Measurement and Evaluation of Communication. AMIC has online guidelines that are free and open source, and AMIC does a lot of work to lift the standards of those data suppliers.
Okay. So, you said that we are not really changed much, but you stress on the organization listening. It means that when we try to making some planning for the communication programs, do you think now we not just only started from like basics analysis, but more to find out what the people say first, and then we evaluate what the people say, and then we try to find the problem or identify the problems, and then we make it a planning. Do you think that's more current now instead of just we started by doing something basic like SWOT analysis, target analysis, something like that, Tim?
Well, part of planning for many years, organizations have used concepts like SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And what you've then often got to do is collect data to support those things. But when it comes to, and that's what evaluation is about, it's simply about collecting measures. If you're going to plan a communication campaign, we have to make decisions about what information do people want, what channels do they trust for receiving information. Now, we've got a choice. We can either F those. Sometimes we know from experience, but we often don't have practical experience for all of the people in Indonesia or all of the people in the region. We can't possibly know from experience what they all want all the time. So to me, as an evaluations person and as a listening researcher, I say the way to begin all communication campaigns is, first of all, to ask questions. We call it evaluation if you like, but we want to know what people think, what they need to know, what channels do they trust, what are their attitudes. That then informs the communication that we produce. We then produce messages that are able to be understood and engaged with by those people. Then secondly, we need to gather feedback, because if we are distributing information, what effect is it having? Maybe it's being ignored. Maybe people don't understand it. And so evaluation is also collecting feedback, and we have to listen to the feedback, don't just collect it. So the listening is part of evaluation. And that feedback might tell us that some things are working and some things are not. So we then fine-tune our strategy. And so if you look at the UK government, they now publish an evaluation cycle. And it is a cycle where they say you're always planning and you're evaluating, and you're planning and you're evaluating in a cycle where every time you plan something, you look for evidence to support the planning. And then when you implement the planning, you're gathering feedback to ensure it's working. And then you're using the feedback to inform the next stage of planning. And so to me, I'd urge people to integrate the ideas of planning, evaluation, and listening into a single process. Because if you're implementing communication without planning or without listening, without evaluation, we're doing it based on guesswork in most cases.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Jim, for your answer. So I think we have one question
In the
from
chat,
yes. My question is, how do we ensure the message we convey through social media are not as understood by others? This touches on the problem of misunderstanding that often occurs in social media due to the lack of nonverbal context. What do you think, Jim?
Yeah, social media is like many other channels and many other media technologies. It's gone through what we call the hype cycle, where people believe it's going to be wonderful and cure everything. The problem with social media is it has its challenges, and also with a lot of disinformation and disinformation in social media. So sometimes it's actually working against our organization. There is always the capacity to misunderstand. And in fact, the capacity for people to misunderstand is common in all communication. And that's why we must have evaluation, because we need to be finding out what people are thinking and what are they hearing and what are they believing. And if they are misunderstanding, there's two things that I'd really say for the question to Haryono is that, first of all, social media is only one set of channels. Most communication, we can't rely only on social media, because some people don't trust social media, some people use different social media. So business and professional audiences would maybe use LinkedIn. Other audiences might use Sina Weibo or X or TikTok or Snapchat. And so, again, in that early formative evaluation, we would be finding out what is the channel that is best for an audience. And then by doing process or progress evaluation, we'd be finding out, is there understanding or misunderstanding? And by doing an evaluation on an ongoing basis, we would find out, we would know if there is misunderstanding. And if there is, we would then be able to plan, how do we address the misunderstanding? Maybe we have to reply or post more content in social media, or maybe we've got to post a link in social media to take people out to a website where we can control the message better. And there is a big shift towards owned media, whereas social media is social, it's owned by everybody, and traditional media are owned by media proprietors. But we can often move audiences from social via a link to our websites where we can say, this is the source of reliable information. And so most campaigns will use multiple media. They'll use social, they'll use traditional newspapers and TV, they will use websites, and so on. Thank you for the question, Haryono.
Okay. Thank you so much, Haryono, for your question. Is there anyone who want to raise hand also, or ask some question to Professor Jim? Okay. Yes, there is from Lalu Muhammad. How about Australian government policy support the hinder the implementation of AI? Yes.
Thank you for the question. New technologies such as AI, one of the challenges worldwide is that there is very little legislation or regulation regarding their use. And there's also an absence of even professional guidelines in many cases. That is changing. Many organisations, the UK government has now produced guidelines on ethical use of AI. The Australian government has some guidelines, but not a specific set. But if you were looking for an example, I would search the UK Government Communication Service site, the GCS site, where they've produced guidelines. And the key there is ethical use of AI. And it's a very important process. The thing that's not yet well understood, I think, is that AI, as I said in my talk, it's not just there as a tool for content creation. AI is a tool for analysis and understanding. So we can use AI to analyze large volumes of text, because that's what it does. It goes and identifies key themes, key messages, etc. So AI will increasingly revolutionize things like media analysis and document analysis over the coming years, and be a very useful tool for us. So I think that's an area that we've got to engage with, but thinking of AI for not just information, but thinking of it as a communication tool to listen, to analyze, as well as distribute information.
Okay, Lalu, are you happy with the answer? I think you are happy with the answer. Okay, I saw that Alidia Maharani raised her hand. Please, Alidia, to open your camera and your microphone to asking some question. Alidia, you still muted? You can open your mic.
Okay, is my audio
Yes.
audible? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask. Mr. Jim, I want to ask regarding AI and its effect on our daily life. I saw on your material on the presentation that you also mentioned about the architectural of speaking and listening. And lately, I've been experiencing using ChatGPT to evaluate my speaking skill. And I think from their evaluations of my speaking skill, they have these humane kind of evaluation. I mean, it's not very robotic. It sounds very humane. And what I want to ask is, many researchers and academicians said that no matter how incredible and intelligent AI is, there are no way that AI could replace human. But I want to ask you, from your point of view, will AI be replacing human? And if not, what could we differ between AI and human response? Because from my experience, day by day, they are more like human. They could use like and and their response is very human and very not robotic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's very important to understand well, two things about AI. First of all, we've had AI for 20 or 30 years working. I mean, AI, artificial intelligence, is it? Google search is an AI tool. The biggest development recently is generative AI. So AI has always been a tool to automate procedures, robots working on car production lines, Google search, etc. are AI. Generative AI is the big breakthrough that allows AI to create and generate content. But the thing is to understand, secondly, how it does that. And how it does that is AI can only look at what is published, and particularly what is published online. So what it does in incredible speed, it is able to, if you put in a prompt, it is able to search the internet to find everything that's written and published about that issue. And then it condenses the more commonly and frequently occurring terms and phrases and information into a response. And so what it's doing is able to emulate humans because it's accessing all that content produced by humans. And it's therefore able to copy and emulate and generate what a human would say to you. But it can't look beyond what is published on the internet, right? That's the key thing. The second problem with that is there's a lot of rubbish published on the internet. And sometimes what it's basically doing is counting the frequency of how many times an issue is mentioned and then producing a response. And so if the topic you're running a prompt on has a lot of reliable information, you get a very reliable result. If you type in, for example, vaccination as an example, you will get information that's been written by scientists, but you will probably, because AI will see thousands and hundreds of thousands of misinformation about vaccination, it will probably return some of the misinformation because it's only looking at what's out there. So it can be used on reliable topics, scientific topics. Students can research essays using AI. But I use that term emulate. It is emulating or copying humans, and it's getting better and better at it. But what else do humans do? Humans make judgments. Those are assessments based on their morals. AI has no morals. AI only looks at what's published. And so looking to the future, there'll be many jobs that many tasks that humans do that AI can do. Things that are mechanical tasks, writing, printing, doing things. But applying morals, applying human judgment, applying human empathy and consideration, these are all uniquely human things that aren't published. They are innately human in our brain. And so humans will more and more focus on those things that AI doesn't do, applying ethics, applying morals, and making judgments. Sometimes you have to judge, do I do X or do I do Y? Which is the best approach? And AI won't be able to do that. So there are these unique elements, and it's as simple as AI reads what's published, and it's actually better than humans because it can probably read 1 million words in 2 seconds, and I can't do that. Right? I use the example of the almost 3,000 submissions that AI could analyze in 56 minutes. It's impossible for a human to do that, but it can count and process those words so quickly. But AI could not give you a recommendation at the end on what you should do about it. It can't tell the government what a good policy is. The government has to take account of human needs and humanity, empathy, and all of those human factors. So I hope that answers the question fairly well for you.
Lydia, are you happy with the answer? Okay, thank you so much, Elia. Okay, Jim, we have one more question. She asking about how can organization balance the use of big data and generative AI to enhance their communication strategies while ensuring data conservation and privacy concerns are adequately addressed.
Yeah, so most countries are developing guidelines, but also our ethical codes of practice as they exist also cover many of these things. So there are two issues here: artificial intelligence, which is a processing technology, and big data, which is just simply data that's stored on various computer servers around the world. If we're using big data or collecting big data, we have to be sure that we follow the standard guidelines, which are, do we have permission? So one of the key principles is consent. Is there consent to collect the data in the first place? If data is collected illegally, without people's knowledge, without their permission, then there's an ethical issue in using that data. In universities, we collect a huge amount of data, but we have to have written consent for any data that we use. And alternatively, if people don't give consent, we can use the data, but it must be de-identified. It can't be linked to any individual. And so there are already provisions with big data for, there are privacy laws in the first instance. People have a right to refuse or to remove their personal data. Researchers are all governed by ethics codes where if we collect data, we ensure we have consent to use data. If we don't have consent to use name data, we have to de-identify data. We have to store data securely, etc. And so there are a lot of guidelines, and anyone working in communication, one of the things to apply is to, if you are using data, you're probably buying or using data from a third party, make sure you're dealing with a reputable third party. Most large research companies have very strict guidelines, and most high-profile or media analysis companies will have, very strict guidelines. So deal with reputable suppliers that are known. Look for reference checks if you need to. They will have collected data in ethical ways. In terms of our own data, we also collect our own data because any communicator can do interviews. Evaluation can be as simple as phoning stakeholders or calling them on Zoom and asking for feedback. And then you have to also say to them, are you happy for us to use your comments? Are you happy to be named? They may say no. Are you happy for us to use your comments without your name? And so de-identification and ethical guidelines are there. And AI, there's increasingly a range of guidelines being written for AI. The main thing with AI is it should be used for beneficial purposes, not to manipulate people or to harm people. For example, we could use AI to promote gambling and to get people's money. But that's no different to even some of the existing technologies we have in techniques such as behavioral insight. We can use behavioral insights to trick people into buying things they don't need. We just need to follow ethical guidelines.
Okay, so Jim, one more question from me regarding the changes in the technological development, especially in digital technology. And you mentioned that organizations should more listen to the public. What we have to do in developing the curriculum, especially for the undergrad and postgrad, to make them have a skill and capacity to listen instead of just being producing information.
Yes, and so when we have practical workshops, what we can do is, and things I do is, we look at the skills that communication practitioners have today, and they have some very important skills. And for example, writing is a critical skill in communication. Also, knowledge of the media, knowledge of social media, the different platforms, all of those are skills Where communications lack skills is often in research methods. For example, that restricts them in doing evaluation because there are many. There are 40 or 50 research methods ranging from surveys to interviews to focus groups, all the way through to media content analysis, textual analysis, and so forth. So understanding different research methods, because some of those are expensive, some of them are not expensive. Some you can do yourself if you have the knowledge of how to do them. And also increasingly, as I mentioned in my slides, some of the more advanced skills are learning to use text analysis software that is available. And again, the applications range from very expensive type software programs to freeware. And there are freeware applications that can look at that you can feed in text, and it will tell you the most common messages and the most common issues being discussed in that text. And so not many communication practitioners today have skills in text analysis. And as you get more advanced, something I did recently was an organization had more than 1 million phone calls to its call centers. Now, those are all customers calling or asking or reporting problems. But what they were doing, even though they digitally recorded them, how do you make sense of those calls? We can use VTT, voice to text software, that can convert that voice into text. And then we can use machine learning text analysis. And in a matter of hours, it can tell us what are the main issues in those calls, what are the main problems that people report. And if you have that intelligence, you're then able to identify, okay, these are the main problems customers are reporting. Let's focus on fixing those problems. And so those advanced research skills, text analysis skills, and using big data and AI, these are the areas that communicators, either they need to develop those skills personally, or you partner. And that's the issue. Consultancies and departments can make sure, if you're working in a team, have at least one person who is expert in those things. You know, hire a data analyst, for example, as part of the team. Is one way to do it. Not everyone needs to have all of the skills.
Okay, so can we say that AI and big data is just a tool, but cannot replace of our critical analysis and help us to to do some analysis with a huge number of. You said that in 60 minutes you can analyze 3,000 texts by using the AI. So do you think that we have to adapt the AI, scared of AI because maybe they can replace our brain, or we just see them as it's just a tool, nothing else?
Well, AI is simply a tool. It's a very, very powerful tool, because when you look at the speed with which it can access information, but bear in mind, AI can only capture what it can find, and what it finds is on the internet. So, and of course, there's a lot of things on the internet today, and then it's able to refine that and condense that, and it does that basically using mathematics. It counts. So if it looks at all the articles on vaccination, for example, it counts the number of times the articles appear, the number of time mentions appear, and the number of times the articles are cited or referenced. And it chooses the most highly cited and referenced ones and brings those together. So it's using mathematics to a large extent and very powerful search. But you said it, Pia, the critical analysis, critical thinking, that's not something AI does. AI doesn't have a brain. It has a very, very powerful screening and capturing and word processing function. But humans can apply critical thinking, judgment calls, because when you receive data and reports and information, humans have to decide what to do with that. How do we respond? AI can tell us, for example, it might find online how other people have responded to certain information, but that still doesn't tell us how we should respond. We will respond in our organization based on the culture of our organization, the ethics of our organization, the target audience of our organization, etc. And that's a human issue. One of the questions online talks about AI in education. And of course, we now have students who, of course, they will use AI in preparing their assignments. And what we say to them is, use AI like any other super powerful search tool. Use AI to collect data, but at the end of the day, what we want to see in a student assignment is their own critical thinking and their own interpretation of what they would do with the information they receive. So we don't mind they use AI to collect the information. We don't mind that they even look at AI's suggestions from what other people have done. But what AI can't do, and what we want our students to do, and what communicators should do, is, well, what are you going to recommend to your organization? How are you going to respond based on your context and your organization's needs? And so, you know, we're looking for that individual human component, which is morals, ethical judgment, critical thinking, etc.
Okay, thank you so much, Jim. So we don't have to operate with AI. AI is a weapon, but a weapon sometimes can, giving back, attack us back again. So we have to be careful and be wise using the AI. Jim, before we end the session, could you please giving some closing remarks?
Yes, well, thank you very much, Terima kasih banyak, for having me. And I hope my short presentation gave you a few things to think about. Essentially, change, we have a lot of change in our world, but I'm saying don't be overwhelmed by the change, because some things don't change. People's human nature essentially doesn't change. Communication is something that goes back thousands and thousands of years. And communication is not technology. Communication is not information. Communication is when meaning is shared and exchanged between people. Now, of course, we use a lot of mediating technologies to do that, but at the end of the day, we've got to recognize that information is just part of the process, and that communication is when we're truly engaging with people. And our value, our worth to our organization and to our society will be greater if we can be true communicators rather than just information producers. Because if you look at communication, it is essential for society. We cannot have a society without communication. Communication is what brings people together. We cannot have an organization. There's actually a theory called CCO theory. Communication constitutes organization. In other words, the very nature of an organization, it cannot happen unless people communicate, have a common vision to come together and go to work together. It's communication. So communication is essential to our society, but it's more than information.
Okay, thank you very much for your closing remarks. So we can conclude that communication is important, even though there is a digital technology. Communication has to be shared meaning instead of just sharing information. And nowadays, organizations should listen what public say instead of just sending a lot of information in many medium of communication. Thank you so much, Professor Jim, for joining this conference. I hope someday you can visit Malang in Universitas Brawijaya and meet with all our students. Terima kasih, and give applause to Professor Jim.
Terima kasih banyak.
Sampai jumpa, Professor Jim, and stay healthy. I'll give you back the time to the master ceremony, and thank you very much for having me today. Bye-bye, guys.
What an insightful session. And thank you, Mrs. Maulina Piaulandari, SOSM.Com PhD, for guiding us through the first presentation session. Let's give her a round of applause.
Bapak Ibu peserta Brawijaya Communication International Conference, telah kita ikuti bersama sesi materi pertama di hari ini. Selanjutnya, Bapak Ibu peserta akan memasuki plenary session pertama dengan topik strategi communication dan media and technology yang akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Mega Anissa, SOSM Medcom.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference, we have just concluded our first session for today. Next, we will begin with the first plenary session on the topic of strategic communication and media and technology, which will be moderated by Mrs. Mega Anissa Esos M. Metcom. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Mrs. Mega Anissa Incidenta Esos M. Metcom. Mrs. Mega holds a master's degree in media and communication from Universitas of Erlangga and bachelor's degree in sociology from University of Brawijaya. Her research focuses on digital media, journalism, and social marketing. With experience in both academia and industry, Ms. Mega has served as a digital marketing expert for agricultural cultures with Bank Indonesia and as a lecturer at University of Brawijaya, teaching courses in journalism and communication policy. She also has extensive experience as a reporter, contributing over 1,000 articles and achieving recognition for her journalistic work. Her depth of knowledge in digital communication and journalism will guide us through today's discussion. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Mega Anissa Incidenta. Ms. Mega, how are you?
Hi, is it my voice clear?
Yes, it is very clear. You may begin the first plenary session.
Okay, thank you, MC, for introducing me. Good morning, everyone. Yes, before we start the first plenary session of the first Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024, I will first introduce myself. I'm Mega Anissa, and it's honor to be here as your moderator of the first plenary session of the fourth BCIC 2024. Thank you for joining us today. Our topic is highly relevant in today's dynamic world, strategic communications, media, and technology. As communication channels rapidly evolve, strategic media use and technology integration become key to effective, impactful messaging. And today, we'll dive into the opportunities, challenges, and future possibilities that strategic communication offers in our tech-driven age. We are privileged to have with us distinguished speakers who are expert in their fields. Let me introduce our speaker today. We have Miss Yuyun Agusriani, PhD.
Hi, morning.
Good morning, Miss Yuyun. Before you start the presentation, I will introduce yourself. Let me introduce yourself, Miss Yuyun. Miss Yuyun Agusriani, PhD, will share their perspective on digital media, and we are honored to have Miss Yuyun, PhD, as a lecturer at the Department of Communication with extensive experience in development communication, psychology communication, and communication in social change. Miss Yuyun Agusriani, PhD, has finished her doctoral degree at the International Doctoral Program of Education and Human Development, National Sun Yat-sen University, Taiwan. Today, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Yuyun, PhD, will be presenting on understanding the impact of digital dating violence among youths. A very valuable insight into our perspective. And let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Yuyun, PhD. Good morning, Ms. Yuyun.
Good morning.
Good
And
morning.
Mega, would you please sharing my PPT?
Okay. I will help you, but wait in the
Good morning, everyone. This is an honor to be here with you all guys in the morning. Let's have discussion, like a light discussion. And this morning topic I'm going to deliver about the impact of that digital dating violence. Yeah, as Mbak Mega said a while ago that one of my interests, recent interest is learning about identifying or investigating about the interpersonal relationship. And yeah, I was giving a focus on my research on the violence topic. So,
wait for a second.
Yeah.
Yuyun.
Okay, while Mbak Mega managing my PowerPoint, I think I would like to give an introduction for this morning's speech. Talking about dating violence, I think this is not something new for everyone because as we knew, I think everybody catch up the news from the online media that there was like some cases which is make us like make us concerned and giving a huge attention on it, especially the violence among youth in relation with romantic relationship. Okay, thank you, Mbak Mika. So I would like to start my presentation by supported by this PowerPoint. Okay, everyone. Today I'm going to deliver, as I mentioned a while ago, that this is about understanding the impact of digital dating violence, or usually this is going to be namely TDV among youth. Okay, next. Briefly about my presentation today, this is going to be have a 4 section. The first section is introduction, and then I'm going to continue with theoretical framework, and then little bit sharing to you guys about the methodology. And then, yes, of course, I'm going to share to you about the result and discussion of my research. Dating relationship, as I said that dating recently, not only recently, I think romantic relationship has become something interesting among youth, and this is defined as emotional, romantic, or sexual connection between two individuals who are not married, engaged, or in a committed relationship. Yeah, if we are talking about dating, meaning they are not married yet. Okay. And dating violence prevalence is a significant problem among adolescents and young adult age in the range age of 15 to 30. But in this research, later on, I'm going to share to you the participant of the research is among youth between 15 to 25. So the global impact, nearly 1/3 of women aged 15 to 49 have experienced physical or sexual violence by their intimate partners. This is reported by WHO organization, UN organization in 2021. Okay, continue. Yeah, dating violence in Indonesia. Reported cases have decreased from 2073 in 2019 to 1,300 in 2021. But actual number, the Komnas Perempuan believe that it is even higher due to unreporting cases. Because in Indonesia, if having such a violence or become a victim of a dating violence, usually people will keep silent, or because they found this is going to be an embarrassed issue to be published. That is why the preference for the victim is keep silent for not reporting if they have become a victim. Dating violence is prevalent among both adolescent and young adult in Indonesia. And why this research important need to conduct, because understanding the factors and its consequence of digital dating violence is very crucial in order to develop the effective prevention and also intervention strategies. Okay. Yes. The dating violence characteristic, which is one of the, before I talking about the digital dating violence, so I'm going to give you like a brief picture about dating violence characteristic. The dating violence characteristic is consisted all of the types or forms of dating violence, which is physical abuse. This is an intentional use of physical force. If this is something not unintentional, if this is unintentionally, of course, this is could not included in the physical abuse. And the second one is emotional abuse or psychological abuse, like yelling, name calling, bullying, isolation, blaming, gaslighting, or might be this is the term that which is famous recently is what do we call it? I forget. When someone calling you and then suddenly, out of sudden, they disappears. I forgot about it. And then making promises to change. but actually they are not changing. This is a part of emotional abuse. And then sexual abuse. The sexual abuse is included in the any unwanted sexual act, like including when the partner did not give any consent, but the sexual activities done in this case. And then the last one is digital dating violence. For the digital dating violence, it's a violence or abuse behavior, abuse verbal communication, which is mediated by digital media. This is, yeah, okay. About the digital dating violence is that the definition of the DDV occurs when technology is used in order to harass, threaten, or control their romantic partner. This can include action like excessive texting, threats, violation of privacy, and also sharing explicit content without consent. Again, without consent. So in the digital media, the consent is very important in this case. And then the DV itself is a significant issue recently, particularly among young people. Like a social media platform, it also mediating on how the predators may engage, hit their victims for the harmful behaviors. The digital dating violence encompasses a wide range of behavior, including like cyber stalking, and then cyberbullying, and also like sharing explicit content without consent. As I mentioned a while ago, sharing explicit content also may include it in the sharing content like sexual activities content. So the last one, the cultural nuance, the perception of digital dating violence can vary across cultural. In some cultures, maybe people will think that some behavior are not included in the area of abuse or violence behavior. But other country might be they will, some country will see this is like a normalized behavior, normal behavior for doing this among a couple. But other culture, they will very strict for namely that a particular behavior is included in the violence behavior. Next. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I haven't translated this. Okay. Cyber stalking. Cyber stalking, like you are tracking someone or maybe you are monitoring someone, which is making someone not feeling comfortable, or even this is going to be threaten someone. And this is going to cyber stalking. Usually they also like combining between the offline and online behavior. And the second one is the password sharing. The password sharing is someone that asking for media social password, handphone password, or even they try to access someone handphone. I mean, someone here is the couple, yeah, the girlfriend or boyfriend. And then they also try to hijack their media social because from, yeah, maybe later I'm going to tell you guys that some of my respondents, they tell me that even their media social, they could not have their media social freely because their boyfriend or girlfriend hijack it. So the media social activities will lead by them. And then, yes, and then pornography. This is also like a sharing video or picture in the way of sexual activities without consent in order to make someone embarrassed or to intimidate the victim. And then love scam. Now, love scam. This love scam, I think, also happened recently, along with the dating apps development. And then sexting. The sexting here might be sexting if someone tried to do sexting with you, but I mean, not someone, I mean your girlfriend or boyfriend doing sexting with you, but you are happy with it, you are enjoy it, that is going to be okay. But the things is, if this has happened without consent, that is just going to be as included as a violence. So be careful with it. So what is the impact of the digital dating violence? The first one, Hodalik and Strauss and Gil Strauss, they said that this is going to decrease the self-esteem, also will increase and also will stimulate the aggressive behavior. Also delinquency, learned helplessness, and also depression, and even more for suicide, committed to suicide. Yeah. Another impact of the digital dating violence, also physical injury like death, self-harm, disability, trauma, fear, anxiety, also depression. Also might be like, yeah, the ideas to suicide, to commit for suicide. So based on those background knowledge, background theories, and also data, I address two research questions. The first one is, what are the factors related digital dating violence? And the second one, what are the impact of digital dating violence on the well-being of the youth? And how I proceed my research. So the data collection method, I use interviews, which is conducted using Google Form. And these interviews, I use a critical incident CIT, critical incident technique. So I'm going to ask my in the way that I was asking my respondent by recalling their the incident that they may experience or might be happen to them. And then the interview format is an open-ended question about dating violence impact and also the factor related to digital dating violence. And then I select 65 participants and doing the interview topics. And also I follow this up with interview using WhatsApp with only like 8 participants in order to gain deeper understanding on their data that or information that they already give it to me. So the participant in my study is among the high school and college student. And I use this as a two groups in my research. And yeah, of course, one of the example is they have an experience of digital dating violence and also knowing from someone this kind of incident. And the final sample, I have 65 students, consists of 34 adolescent and 31 young adult from college student. And then I have 55 females and 10 females. And 47 participants, they were sharing about their own experience, but the rest, the 17 participants, they were sharing about someone that they know experiences. And yeah, the data collection, the open-ended question, and then I use CTS and CR Cadre, we call it Cadre, in order to do the online interviews. And I use the scale or the scale from CTS and CRDRI in order to develop the scale in specific measure. And then I also use the frequency and the pattern of the digital dating violence incident, like repetitive nature. If they say that this the incident happened frequently or might be more than 1 time, 2 times, and then this is going to be included in the repetitive violence. But if the incident only happened 1 time, then this is going to be included in the lower frequency. So, and then from my research, again, I'm going to tell you guys that this is not quantitative research, which is you are giving a Google form and then they just only need to check list or tick your the answer option, but this is an interview that using a G-form. So I have only 65 because this is an interview. And then how to analyze my data. Yeah, I focus on the types of digital dating violence that they experience and its impact. So My research result, first of all, the type of the online or digital dating violence is the first one is sexting. Yes, 5 of the incident mentioned by my participant that they experience of non-consensual sharing of explicit image or videos related to sex. And then video call sex also. This has happened with 6 incidents, which is the participant forced on coercive to sexual activity during the video calls. And the other one is stalking. Stalking here is the persistent or unwanted online harassment or someone that following them into online. Yeah, okay. I was reminded by the host that my time I only have like 15 minutes to go. And then password sharing. Yes, this is also happen. And unwanted posting like sharing private information like a private part of body or maybe like image or image or video which is their girlfriend or boyfriend feeling uncomfortable with it. Next. Yes. Related to age, I found here, my research found that the adolescent has lower prevalence in digital dating violence compared to young adult. While young adult, they have a higher digital dating violence experience. Next. The digital dating violence could impact to the youth well-being, like password sharing demands, partner often demands access to their significant other social media accounts, and then this behavior is seen as a form of control and invasion of privacy. And then account takeover, or as I said, that they hijack their media social. Partner may hijack their significant other social media accounts. This also can lead to difficulties in communication and social isolation. And also digital stalking, partners monitor their partners online while they are doing online activity, and also privacy violation, like access personal information because they have access to their cell phone or their computer. Next. Most especially the impact of the digital dating violence into mental well-being, the digital dating violence could influence the erosion of trust. This can damage the trust on intimacy between the partner. Also, emotional distress, increase anxiety, depression, and lower the self-esteem. Fear and insecurity constantly happen during the exposure of if they meet their boyfriend or girlfriend. And also some of them reported that they breaks up or separation due to the harmful of digital dating violence. This is one of the example of my statistic result on how the difference impact between the groups of adolescents and high school group. I mean, a high school student and a college student. We found here that the college student, they have prevalency to have a higher experiencing digital dating violence. And also the impact of digital dating violence also become higher. Next. Conclusion. I think the digital dating violence can lead to severe mental health issues like anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem. And predators usually digital dating violence in order to control victim because they demanding the access of their personal information. And related to age, there are differences between adolescent and young adult. In this research, I found that young adult having more suffer in digital dating violence. I think those all things that I'm going to show you guys. But just to show you that I have like some citation that I found in I put in the last PPT. Would you please us to go down just to show? Did I? Oh no, I didn't put it here. Up. Okay. So I'm so sorry. So I forgot to put that. There were like some citation, quotation from my participant when they are sharing about their experiences. Okay. Anyone? I give it back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Miss Yuyun, for this enlightening presentation. It's inspiring to see the significant roles of impact of digital dating in youth. Anyway, I would like to start the discussion session with, digital dating platform. It's very viral in the youth era. And I was read about the news impact of digital dating platform in indication of human trafficking, Miss. Indication of human trafficking because the violence or the people who impact of digital dating platform left her family and choose to be with their partner who found at digital dating platform. What do you think about impact of digital dating platform with indication of human trafficking?
Thank you, Mbak Bika, for giving me a discussion. Such discussion is very interesting. Yes, as I mentioned that one of the example of digital dating violence recently is a love scam. The things that you raised just before, I think this is included in the love scam. When people, when the preparator, they were using love, romantic relationship in order to trap their victims so that they can, I mean, they want to sell, human trafficking. They can, they can do this kind of criminal. What is, this kind of what is in English criminal?
Yeah.
Okay, I think someone is interrupting you.
Okay.
Okay, this kind of crime. Okay, crime. Sorry, I forgot the English of the criminal. The crime. This kind of crime. And you know what? And this has become an international networking for for such love crime. And I know, like you're right. I have two friends that become a victims, become a victim of dating apps, and then it leads them to become a victim of love scam. Yes, I know. But for the human trafficking, this is even goes further, yeah. And I think I also read in the article that some victims, they could not go back to Indonesia because they are less educated, and then they don't know how to protect themselves. They don't know how to report this. And yeah, I think we also don't have like a law enforcement in order to protect, in order to what do you call it, in order to untuk membantu to help the victims, because this is going to because this is already international network or something, international crime.
All right, because it's the digital dating platform, it's also not ours nationality, or maybe not ours specifically mine as national, but it's international platform that anyone can use it. All right, Miss Yuyun, another question for you from Rizal Fahmi. Good morning, Miss Yuyun. How can we prevent digital dating violence?
Yeah, how to prevent dating violence? The first thing that you need to know is please be careful when you know someone from the digital platform. There are some information that you need to cross-check, that you need to do double check whether this is a robot. I would say usually we call it as a robot, with whether this is a robot or real humans. Usually the real human, they will share to you guys the second account of their media social, like Facebook, Instagram. If you found in their Facebook or Instagram, this is a kind of a normal posting, normal Instagram, that okay, you can believe it then. But if then you found there was only like a 2 picture or 3 picture, then you need to be so careful. And the second one, love bombing. Usually the love scam also may happen in the beginning when someone giving you like a love bombing, or and also please be careful when you are doing like an online romantic relationship. Just please be careful about it, because sometimes could record your video call activities or something. So how to prevent, educate yourself, and always mindful that that you are recently no longer live in the safe and secure world, especially digital world.
All right. Another question for you, Mr. Yun. There are a lot of questions, 3 questions for you, but I will read the first from Shiva. Okay. Are social media stakeholders willing and capable of taking wise steps to address revenge porn to protect individuals from digital dating violence? Given that revenge porn is one of the most publicly recognized form of digital dating violence, what effective measures do you believe this platform could implement to protect the victims?
Yeah, porn revenge. This is oh, sometimes you know what? Sometimes I just really want to curse kind of a crime. Yeah. Yeah, but it has happened. This is, as I mentioned a while ago, that we are now living in the root world. How to recognize that we are, how do we recognize that we are in the right platform, or in the istilahnya itu, it's not toxic platform, platform yang sehat. Gimana? How? I think you guys, you need to have a radar, and how you need to protect yourself. This radar you always use. Don't always believe in someone, especially someone that you meet online. I would strongly suggest you, if you want to have a romantic relationship, just find someone offline that you already knew. That's even better, I think. Yeah, I would not say that someone offline will be like a more safety for you, but at least you know their house. If something happened, just go to their house and beat them up, rather than if you are dating with robot and then you don't know how to kill them if something happened. I'm sorry. Okay. How to,
Okay.
yeah, okay. Next question. I think this
Next
is
question for you because you have limited time.
yeah, sure, Mega.
Okay, from Ravandita Grazia Randalabi. Do all forms of online digital dating include violence? Sometimes there are people who do that and it creates a feeling of happiness instead of suffering. So if the case is that both partners are happy, does that still constitute violence?
No, as I mentioned while ago, as I mentioned in my description, if there is a consent, if you guys enjoy it, love it, that this is not a digital dating violence. Digital dating violence only happen when one party is not consent, giving a consent, or might be one party feeling uncomfortable, one party feeling depressed, feeling stressed. Then this is going to be included in the digital dating violence. If you are doing sexting and then your partner love it, if you are doing like a love bombing and then your partner love it, you love it, and this is okay to you guys, this is romantic relationship. No worries about it. Be happy.
All right. I thought that anyone in Zoom meeting interest about this topic, Mr. Yun, there are a lot of questions for you. The next from Dimas Dwi Wicaksono.
Hi,
He
Dimas.
has-
Morning.
Oh yeah, maybe your student. Dimas has 2 questions. First, why you prefer to use digital dating platform when they can still interact with people around them? And the second one is, does this have correlation with COVID-19 pandemic?
Actually, this is not only related to COVID-19 pandemics, but once the digital media established and then people are start to use digital to communicate with each other. and this is also mediated the romantic communication, the romantic relationship communication. So but there is an article, there is a research says that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the digital dating violence even higher, the number, the cases even higher, and the suffer even worse than the other than the cases not in the COVID-19 pandemic era. But the digital dating violence actually already happened long time ago.
All right. We have two questions before I close your session, Miss Yun. The next from Laili Aishani. How to introduce consent and age of consent among people in Indonesia effectively, since the knowledge about consent in the states is very low, and how can take action to spread this awareness?
I feel you, Laili. I see Yaning. Oh my God. Yes. In Indonesia, you know what? Sometimes I discuss with my student in the class. You know what? When once you allow someone to touch your cheek, for instance, when you are in a relationship, like a romantic relationship, and then they thought that the other time they touch your cheek, this is going to be okay. No, this is not going to be okay. If I said no, meaning no. So what you need to do to give to strictly that you did give consent or not consent, mention. What you need to do, just say no. You need to be a very strict in this case, because you don't want, right, someone like taking your, taking your body, touching your body, and then actually you feel not comfort, you feel not okay with it. So always give a brave, always brave to say no. I think this is a part of the strategy to show to anybody, your partner or wherever, that this is, I will allow you, this one is not allow you. I will only only let you touch me when I allow you, will I be give you consent. So because this body is my authority, this is not yours. So what you need to do when you want to touch me, meaning that I need to be happy first. Yeah, I'm happy you're doing that. And then you need my consent. This in Indonesia. I know this is a part of culture in Indonesia, because, people think that once they already did it, like kissing someone, and then the other time, oh, meaning that I can do it every time, anytime. No, is it not true? You
All
need
right.
to respect others' right. That's the thing is, you need to respect others' right.
You need to respect others'
Yes.
right. All right. We have two questions more. Do you still want to continue this session, or
I
you would like?
think the next keynote speaker has already waiting, right?
Okay. All right.
Maybe we can discuss it in another forum. Yeah, I know that our audience, most of our audience, young people. I think this is something that happening between them, among them, hit them, but let's do it in another forum.
All right. Before I close your session, Mr. Yuyun, do you have any close remarks for your session about digital dating platform impact of youth?
I think not only the digital dating violence, but all the dating violence. I would just want to say this. If this is hurting, this is not loving. That's it.
All right. Giving applause for Miss Yuyun. Anyone, ladies and gentlemen, who has joined this session. It's very insightful, Miss Yuyun. Thanks for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Have a nice
Thank you.
day, everybody. See you soon. Bye.
Bye. All right. We have insightful session with Miss Yuyun. We talk about digital dating platform impact of youths. And now we continue, or we next to our second session. We are privileged to have Miss Reza Safitri, PhD, with us. Okay, before I say hello to Miss Reza Safitri, I would like to introduce her. Miss Reza Safitri, PhD, as a lecturer and also Secretary of Department of Communication. Miss Reza, PhD, has been deeply involved in New Media and Communication. Ms. Reza has finished her doctoral program at the Communication Sciences University Malaya, Malaysia. And today, she will be speaking on mental health in the age of media, deep dive into students' well-being. This presentation promises to offer us a fresh perspective on complex relations between media exposure and mental health issues in students. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Reza Safitri, PhD, to the Zoom meeting. Good morning, Ms. Reza.
Good morning, everyone.
How are you today, Ms. Reza?
Pardon?
All right. Okay, you have only 30 minutes for your presentation, and then we next to this Q&A session. And from now, time is yours.
Hi everyone. Recently, the issue of mental health has become a topic of much discussion in society. Amidst this discourse, adolescents' mental health problems frequently surface, with social media playing a dual role in influencing mental health, both as a source of support and as a challenge. Therefore, today, I, Reza Safitri, will lead the conversation on very relevant and pressing theme, mental health in the age of media, a deep dive into student well-being. Adolescents' mental health problems frequently surface during times of transition, like when they are developing a career or leaving school to become part of the workforce. Due to psychological pressures, university students between the age of 15 and 20 are said the most at risk of developing mental health disorders, with around 12% higher likelihood of depression in general. University students' mental health disorders can be triggered by various factors, including negative experiences in childhood and current stressors. In the context of present-day stressors, social media plays a significant role in students' life. Research by Hurley highlights growing concerns about the effects of social media on mental health and well-being, as students are subjected to various negative influences on these platforms. These influences include high expectation, self-comparison with others, excessive time spent on social media without meaningful engagement, attempts to gain attention, pressure from other users, exposure to negative or violent content, social media addiction, and other factors that can increase stress levels. Further study validates these findings, pointing out that social media can be source of stress, especially for girls who feel pressure by expectation related to body image and appearance, driven by the need to constantly present a perfect image. Therefore, this study examined the effects of media on student mental health, focusing on social media use, stress factors, and students' coping mechanism, aiming to offer solutions for improving well-being. As mental health problems grow globally, understanding their link to media use is essential. This research provides insight for institutions to create better support for student mental health. This study aims to explore how well students, as change agents, can recognize and address mental health issues in their surroundings. It will provide an in-depth analysis of students' views and experiences regarding mental health and the development of relevant health information. Additionally, this study aims to investigate the dual role of social media in both exacerbating and alleviating mental health issues. This study was conducted by distributing an online questionnaire via Google Forms to explore the characteristics of student mental health across several areas adopted from previous research, including social media usage, knowledge about mental health, exposure to mental health information, identification of mental health symptoms, and public awareness of related issues. Invitation to participate in this anonymous survey were sent through various social media platforms to 70 students at Brawijaya University Malang during March 2024. The selection of respondents was based on convenient sampling, as adolescent students can be easily accessed at the university level. Demographic information was gathered from participants, including their age and gender. Participants were asked to respond to various criteria such as agree, disagree, ever, uncertain or never, ever, never or not noticed, willing or not willing and uncertain, no, don't know, uncertain, and not willing to answer. Additionally, the provided responses are identifying types of mental disorders, causes of mental health issues, preventive measures, strategy for managing mental health disorders, their knowledge of mental health information dissemination, and their opinions on mental health. This study employs thematic analysis of free text responses using the Brown and Clark. The method uncover themes and patterns reflecting participants' experiences and perceptions. The process involves several steps. First, the entire dataset is meticulously examined to grasp its context and content. Initial codes are generated after a detailed review of the data. These codes are then grouped into significant themes and sub-themes, which are checked against the raw data to ensure accurate representation. The researcher also performed triangulation with additional researchers, who independently coded a sample of 75 participant responses to validate the initial codes provided by the main researcher. A survey conducted among 70 participants who met the study criteria revealed that 61 participants, or around 87, were aged between 15 and 20 years, while around 13% or 9 participants were aged between 21 and 25 years. The survey included responses from 47 or 67% female and 23 or 32% male participants, focusing on mental health among university-aged adolescents. The study identified 5 social media platforms: Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, X or Twitter, LinkedIn, and participants use other unspecified social media platforms. The time spent on social media was categorized into 3 groups. 51% participants spent over 5 hours on social media, 5% spend 1 until 2 hours, and 42% spend 2 until 4 hours a day. This study aimed to understand how participants view mental health issues in their community. According to the data, a majority of participants acknowledge that mental health is essential as physical health, with 94% in agreement and 6% in disagreement. This reflects a strong awareness of the importance of mental health. Additionally, most participants feel that mental health disorders have been on the rise recently, with 60% agree and 40% disagree, indicating notable concern about increasing mental health issues. Furthermore, nearly all participants believe that mental health problems have been growing among young people, particularly those aged 15 until 25 years, with only 3% disagreeing. This demonstrates a strong awareness of the growing mental health challenges faced by young individuals. The dataset includes 70 participants who could select multiple mental health disorders they are familiar with or have experiences. Anxiety disorder is the most recognized, followed by mood disorder and depression, and then eating disorders and PTSD are also commonly known. Conversely, psychosomatic disorders are the less recognized, and disorder like psychotic disorder, impulse control, and factitious disorder have lower awareness. 4 participants were unaware of these disorders before the survey. Moderate awareness exists for personality disorder, Tourette syndrome, and ADHD. The data suggests a need to be boost awareness of less known disorders like psychosomatic and dissociative disorder while ensuring support for more common conditions. There are multiple factors identified that influence mental health. Environmental factors were the most recognized, citing them as the primary influence, including stressful conditions like poverty or abusive families. Childhood trauma, stressful event, and excessive social media use were also noted as a significant contributors. Negative thinking, unhealthy habits, and substance abuse were commonly recognized, while genetic was identified by 24 participants or around 35%, but considered less impactful. The data highlights a strong focus on environmental, traumatic, and behavioral factors over genetic ones in understanding mental health. Out of 70 participants, around 54% respondents reported having experienced mental health issue. 36% were unsure and 10% stated they had never experienced such issues. When faced with these experiences, 22% were uncertain and did nothing, while 12% didn't know what to do. A significant number of participants, around 38%, choose to talk to someone they trust, highlighting the importance of social support in dealing with mental health issues. 22% sought information online, indicating the use of digital resources as an initial step for help. 20% consulted to psychologists, showing awareness of the importance of professional help. Spirituality play a role for 46%, who increased the religious practice as a form of coping. Exercise was chosen by 33% as a method to manage mental issues, reflecting awareness of the benefit of physical activity. Additionally, 14% reported taking action outside of the provided option. This data reflects the various responses and strategies participants use to cope with mental health issues, emphasizing the importance of access to multiple forms of support and information. Social media plays a key role in spreading awareness about mental health. Participants in this study highlight how media can serve as a preventive measure in addressing mental health challenges. The majority agreed that media can be used to disseminate mental health information, act as a platform for campaigns, educate the public, provide safe spaces for discussion, and promote various supportive action. Furthermore, 92% of participants gain mental health knowledge through social media or online platforms. However, social media can also have a negative impact, as social comparison can lead to feelings of inadequacy and low self-esteem, particularly concerning body image. Additionally, exposure to negative content on social media can heighten anxiety and stress level, especially among girls. Together, these factors create a challenging environment that impacts mental health and overall well-being. This study addresses the gap in our understanding of mental health issues that are increasingly prevalent among adolescents and young adults. University students demonstrate a heightened awareness of mental health issues affecting their peers and surroundings. A willingness to assist individuals experiencing mental health disorder can foster a supportive environment, encouraging affected individuals to seek professional help. This finding is consistent with the research of Subramaniam et al., which indicates that mental health disorders are often perceived as personal deviancy due to pervasive social stigma. This stigma can lead individuals to conceal their mental health struggle in an effort to avoid negative social judgment. This study, which involved 70 participants, found a higher rate of female participants. This suggests a gender disparity in mental health awareness, with young women generally exhibiting greater awareness than their male counterparts. The observed gender gap in mental health awareness may be exacerbated by negative stereotypes associated with male engagement in mental health discourse. Wolstenholme identified that while female students often demonstrate better mental health awareness, male students are disproportionately affected by higher suicide rates. Barriers to seeking support and challenges in effectively communicating mental health concern contribute to heightened psychological distress among male students. Consequently, university must develop innovative strategies to promote positive mental health messaging and enhance male students' engagement with mental health issues. While social media can exert significant pressure by promoting comparisons, it also offers a valuable platform for disseminating accurate mental health information from credible sources, potentially reducing the stigma associated with mental health disorders. The ability to critically evaluate and selectively engage with information encountered on social media is a crucial skill for students. This study confirms that over the past decade, mental health issues have increasingly become a topic of public discussion, particularly among university-aged adolescents. Their advanced academic capabilities enable them to demonstrate a heightened awareness of mental health issues. This awareness is largely attributed to their personal experiences in dealing with mental health challenges, either their own or those of people around them. Their knowledge of various mental health disorders and their underlying causes equip students with the understanding that individuals affected by mental health issues should not be subjected to the negative stigma that has historically prevailed. For university students, social media plays a dual role. It can be both trigger mental health issues and serve as a valuable tool for spreading preventive information to those experiencing environmental pressures. Mati. The limitations of this study are evident in the relatively small sample size of 70 participants, the majority of whom were female. This limitation arises from restricted access to a larger participant pool and the challenges of conducting in-depth data collection. Future research should be focused on specific mental health disorders to allow for a more detailed examination of the factors and impacts associated with this condition. Utilizing in-depth interviews for data collection could provide richer and more varied data, making it a valuable approach for subsequent studies. To close this conversation, let's make it a priority to maintain our mental health, as it's essential for overall well-being and help us navigate life's challenges with resilience and clarity. Thank you for joining me today, and let's continue to support each other on this journey.
All right, giving applause for Ms. Reza's presentation about the impact of social media into mental health for young people. It's a great insightful from Ms. Reza, so we can deep dive into student well-being about mental health and because of mental health impact of social media using. And before we start our discussion, there are the first question, Ms. Reza, for you from Sophie Ananda. I will read first. Okay, thank you, Sophie. Wait. If someone has a mental disorder such as depression, etc., it is often judged and said that they have a mental disorder because they don't worship enough and are said to be less close to God. People often ignore the option of taking the patient to professional help. What role do you think religion and culture play in mental health awareness campaigns in Indonesia? And the second question from her, how can campaigns be designed to incorporate these beliefs respectfully? This is the first question for you, Ms. Reza. You can start to answer.
Thank you, Mbak Mega, for assist us this discussion. And I will answer the first question from Sophie regarding often judge and say that they have a mental disorder. Okay, that's a stigma. Yes, that people with mental disorder is because they less close to God. This is a stigma. Everyone can have mental disorder, whether he or she close with God or not. So this is a stigma. But interestingly, based on my research, some young people choose to getting close to the God. They choose to pray. They choose to increasing her engage with God, do their activity by solat, or maybe go to a church for and etc. So I think less close to God is a cause for the mental disorder is not true. Yeah, it's only a stigma because the mental disorder could happen to everyone. What role do you think religion? Yes, I think religion and culture could play the important part, yeah, to maintain the awareness about the mental health, especially in young people. I see now in social media, especially, there are a lot of campaign about the help, about the awareness about the mental health. I see a lot of platform have a content that people now have to understand or aware that her environment apa itu namanya sudah banyak kasus tentang mental health dan mereka harus sadar bahwa mereka ini berada pada kondisi bahwa sekarang ini tekanan terhadap mental health itu semakin meningkat. Ya, there are increase of issue in mental health. Jadi mereka harus sadar bahwa ini adalah masalah bersama, bukan masalah individu sendiri yang harus dipecahkan sendiri gitu. Jadi lingkungan ini juga harus memberikan support ya kepada orang dengan isu atau jika memiliki masalah mental health tersebut gitu. Saya rasa juga di universitas sekarang ini memiliki wadah untuk membantu para mahasiswa yang memiliki masalah kesehatan mental. Ya, jadi setiap fakultas ini memiliki atau di universitas justru ya ini memiliki badan tersendiri yang membantu mahasiswa jika mereka memiliki masalah kesehatan mental. Jadi jangan ragu-ragu sebenarnya untuk meminta pertolongan jika dirasa mereka memiliki masalah di dalam dirinya. Itu jawaban untuk pertanyaan nomor 1. Saya jawab pakai bahasa Indonesia saja ya supaya lebih mudah.
It's okay, Miss. It's okay. We'll move to the second question from Eric Santoso. After seeing the data presentation that state there are quite plenty of adolescents that really some mental health problems, is there any suggest for not to self-diagnose? Because from I know that self-diagnose is have a bad impact too.
Ya, ini yang sering kali terjadi ya, bahwa teman-teman ini melihat apa yang terjadi di dalam dirinya, kemudian melihat pengalaman orang lain yang ada di media sosial, kemudian ada kecenderungan untuk, oh kok saya kayaknya sama ya dengan si A gitu. Nah itu namanya sudah self-diagnose. Nah ini hati-hati ya teman-teman eh, untuk tidak terburu-buru menyamakan apa yang kita rasakan dengan apa yang sudah dirasakan oleh orang lain di dalam media sosial tersebut. Ingat bahwa seringkali apa yang ditampilkan di media sosial itu adalah tidak sepenuhnya benar dan tidak sepenuhnya juga lengkap disampaikan di media sosial tersebut. Ya, jadi itu sangat eh, berbahaya. Saran saya eh, untuk tidak melakukan self diagnose adalah eh, ya mau tidak mau jika Anda merasakan adanya mental health problem selalu datangi orang yang ahlinya ya. Kalau kita hanya berdiskusi dengan orang yang bukan ahlinya atau psikolog, saya khawatir bahwa apa yang Anda rasakan itu tidak akan mendapatkan jalan keluar yang betul, gitu ya, malah ntar eh, lebih parah begitu ya. Jadi untuk tidak melakukan self diagnose, ya jangan mencari perbandingan melalui sosial media gitu. Yang sering kali kita samakan itu kan apa yang dialami oleh orang lain melalui sosial media. Betul kan ya? Jadi kita sering kali oh kayaknya sama deh yang dirasakan si A ini di sosmednya dengan apa yang saya rasakan. Berarti saya sama. Saya ini juga mengalami punya penyakit A misalnya. Nah, itu berbahaya gitu ya. Jadi berhenti dengan membanding-bandingkan diri kita melalui orang lain di sosial media. Itu kalau menurut saya ya.
Okay, thank you, Miss Reza. Maybe this topic is very close to young people, so you have a lot of question from chat box, and we move to question from Yurika
Dito.
Putri.
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, all right. I
Muhammad
forget.
Dito
From Muhammad
Firmansyah.
Dito Firmansyah. Okay, how young people who have grown up with digital technology experience mental health differently than previous generation? He means boomers or millennials.
Ya, karena eh, generasi boomers, ini saya ya, generasi boomers nih ya. Ini eh, jarang berinteraksi melalui sosial media. Jadi Anda generasi Z ini digital native ya. Dan itu memang men-trigger salah satunya ya, men-trigger dari masalah gangguan mental gitu. Nah, kalau seperti saya, ini kan apa yang dicari di dalam sosial media itu mungkin berbeda dengan teman-teman yang di generasi Z ataupun generasi milenial gitu ya. Kalau generasi eh, milenial ataupun generasi Z, ini Anda sekarang berada pada fase di mana dewasa belum, tapi anak-anak juga enggak gitu ya. Dan Anda seringkali melihat bagaimana pencapaian teman-teman yang berada dalam satu circle dengan Anda atau yang sama-sama generasi Z dan sama-sama generasi milenial, ini kemudian Anda membandingkan pencapaian Anda dengan pencapaian orang lain. Nah, itu kan yang terjadi seringkali. Nah, itulah yang kemudian memicu gangguan kesehatan mental. Jadi merasa insecure dengan pencapaian orang lain dan seterusnya. Nah, ini memang ya Anda memang berada pada fase usia tersebut, sedangkan kita ini sudah melalui fase tersebut ya, sehingga mungkin memang hal tersebut ya impact-nya berbeda pada generasi Z, generasi milenial dengan generasi baby boomer seperti yang Anda sebutkan. Begitu kalau menurut saya ya. Ada perbedaan memang sangat berbeda, terutama karena tadi saya sampaikan di dalam latar belakang saya bahwa young adults ini adalah generasi yang dalam fase di mana dia ini berada dalam fase kehidupan baru gitu ya. Misalnya university life ini berbeda dengan dia waktu SMA, kemudian dia harus tinggal ngekos, dia yang selama ini tinggal dengan orang tua, ini memberikan tekanan yang berbeda memang pada anak dengan generasi Z tersebut. Jadi memang tekanannya berbeda dengan kita yang ada di generasi baby boomers ataupun millennials. Itu udah lewat masanya. Stresnya mungkin ya usia-usia segitu juga gitu ya.
Okay, because the difference about young people and baby boomers, young people is very close to digital and they call it digital native, and baby boomers maybe not digital native but
Digital
different
imigran.
digital immigrant. All right.
Kita ini kan
All right.
digital imigran.
Iya.
Saya bukan kita. Saya ini digital imigran. Kok teman-teman ini kan digital native ya. Gitu. Jadi lahir procot itu udah akrab dengan teknologi.
Okay, all right, Miss Reza, we move to question from Yurika Dewi Putri. How to erase the negative stereotypes against young people who are considered weak, quote unquote, for often disclosing mental health issues so that more attention can be directed towards their solutions and empowerment without fear of what others might think. That you
Jangan
said before.
dipikirin. Ya memang orang itu seringkali mudah sekali memberikan penilaian, oh dia ini orangnya lemah karena dia ini apa itu namanya memiliki masalah ya. Satu hal yang perlu saya tekankan ya, bahwa kita tidak bisa menghapus pandangan ataupun menghalangi seseorang memiliki pandangan negatif terhadap suatu kasus tertentu. Apalagi sekarang ini melalui sosial media, di mana orang dengan mudah sekali berkomentar tanpa berpikir panjang. Apakah ini akan kemudian bisa kita hilangkan? Saya rasa tidak bisa. Yang bisa kita lakukan adalah bagaimana kita ini membentengi diri sendiri terhadap komentar-komentar seperti itu. Kalau menghapus, saya rasa tidak bisa. Ya, menghapus negative stereotypes gitu ya, seperti yang Yurika sampaikan. Ini apakah bisa kita ya? Menghapus sama sekali. Tapi tentu saja bahwa proses penyadaran, proses edukasi, proses sosialisasi bahwa isu kesehatan mental ini adalah isu kita semua tetap harus kita lakukan. Walaupun saya yakin itu tidak bisa dengan serta-merta dan tidak bisa juga menghapus stigma yang diberikan kepada orang lain. Ya, gitu. Ini kalau menurut pendapat saya sih seperti itu ya. Tapi tetap gerakan-gerakan sosialisasi, gerakan-gerakan literasi, gerakan-gerakan awareness terhadap mental health issue ini tetap harus dilakukan. Ya, walaupun nanti memakan waktu dan memang harus dibantu juga dengan orang yang memang memiliki keahlian di dalam penanganan kesehatan mental ini.
All right, you can choose your own algorithm and don't think what other people think about you. Maybe it's the message from Miss Reza. And then we next the question from Rani Tuta. How different types of media, such as social media, news, and entertainment, affect students' mental health differently? What are your program suggestions as a form of educators' role in helping students deal with mental health issues in accordance with your statement that confiding in trust people can help overcome these issues? What qualities that people can be considered trusted other than family in the context of psychology services at the university?
Oke, terima kasih Rani Tuta atas pertanyaannya. Ini setiap media memang memiliki peran yang berbeda ya, bahwa terhadap kasus mental health. Tetapi yang berdasarkan hasil penelitian saya, ini memang terutama adalah Instagram. Ya. Instagram ini pengaruhnya luar biasa terhadap student mental health, gitu ya. Karena apa? Karena melalui Instagram ini kan kita mengenal teman-teman kita, itu kita terhubung dengan kawan-kawan kita melalui Instagram. Nah, itu yang menyebabkan Instagram ini merupakan salah satu sumber utama dari mental kasus kesehatan mental ya dibandingkan dengan TikTok misalnya. Kalau TikTok ini menurut penelitian juga demikian bahwa Instagram itu pengaruhnya yang paling besar terhadap kasus mental health gitu ya. Kalau TikTok misalnya itu mungkin dirasa pengaruhnya kurang besar karena yang lewat di akun kita tuh kan orang-orang yang kurang kita kenal gitu ya. Mungkin sifatnya juga banyak yang lucu-lucuan dan lain sebagainya. Ini kalau karakteristik Instagram ini kan berbeda memang dengan TikTok. Jadi tipe media ini memang juga memiliki dampak yang berbeda kepada kita individu. Tapi yang paling besar berpengaruh terhadap isu kesehatan mental adalah Instagram. Tuh ya, kalau media-media lain ini pengaruhnya itu masih di bawah Instagram. Mungkin itu menjawab ya dari pertanyaan Ranituta yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua adalah what are your program as? Oke. Mental health issue seperti yang saya sampaikan adalah masalah kita bersama ya, tidak hanya masalah teman-teman saja. Jadi yang bisa kita sampaikan adalah pada saat teman-teman ini memiliki masalah mental health, jangan ragu-ragu untuk mencari pertolongan. Itu yang pertama. Ya, jadi bersikap terbuka terhadap teman ataupun dosen tentang masalah yang dihadapi ini juga bisa membantu masalah yang dihadapi oleh mahasiswa. Begitu. Hasil penelitian saya ini menyebutkan bahwa sebenarnya mereka ini memiliki kesadaran bahwa olahraga ini bisa membantu masalah kesehatan mental. Ya, ini menarik ya. Ini menarik karena mereka ternyata sadar begitu pentingnya olahraga bagi kesehatan fisik maupun kesehatan mental. Nah, ini ya. Kemudian ada statement confiding in trusted people can help overcome. ya saya tidak bisa memberikan garansi ya. Eh, apa ini pertanyaannya? Ketutup Mbak Mega.
Oke.
Sebentar.
Hmm.
Pertanyaan terakhir dari Rani Tuta,
Hmm.
bilang di saya.
What guarantees that people can be considered trusted other than family? Mungkin percaya
Oh
selain
ya,
keluarganya gitu, Bu. Apakah
ya.
bisa gitu?
Apa
Terutama,
bisa diulang?
apakah korban dari yang kena mental health diakibatkan oleh sosial media itu bisa lebih percaya orang lain selain keluarganya? Misalnya psikologis untuk bercerita atau curhat.
Keluarga juga memiliki peran yang penting ya, Mbak. Jadi saya di sini eh, tidak mengatakan bahwa eh, psikolog psikologis itu lebih penting dari keluarga ya. Keluarga juga penting, tapi paling tidak kalau ahli atau psikologis ini psikolog ini memiliki keahlian untuk memberikan treatment pada masalah yang kita hadapi. Ya, paling tidak juga kalau kita datang ke ahlinya, mereka ini tidak menceritakan masalah kita kepada orang lain. Nah, ini kan yang penting juga. Seringkali kalau kita justru ngobrol sama orang yang bukan ahlinya kepada teman dekat, masalah yang kita hadapi ini kemudian eh, diceritakan ke orang lain, artinya menjadi gosip. Nah, dan itu kalau menjadi gosip nambah stres kita. Tapi kalau ke psikolog, ini mereka akan menyimpan apa yang kita alami untuk mereka saja. Mereka terikat oleh kode etik untuk tidak menceritakan masalahnya pasien, begitu ya. Dan mereka bisa membantu memberikan jalan keluar terhadap masalah yang kita hadapi. Keluarga juga saya yakin memiliki eh, peran yang sangat penting ya di dalam kita mekanisme mekanisme coping mekanisme kita pada saat kita memiliki masalah kesehatan mental tersebut.
Oke, oke ya, Bu.
Jadi dua-duanya penting, keluarga dan orang yang ahli atau psikolog itu penting.
Baik, baik, dua-duanya penting. Bu Reza, you only have maybe 10 minutes left. Then I will next to maybe the last question for you from Ainur Rahma Putri Rilnan. I think that talking to someone you trust can be one step to reduce mental health disorders that you said before. But nowadays, too many people choose to stay silent because they feel like no one cares about them. How to handle this case?
Ah, hati-hati jika Anda memilih diam ya tentang masalah yang Anda hadapi. Nah, memang ini kalau berdasarkan eh, hasil riset saya, ini support dari lingkungan ini memegang peranan yang sangat penting dalam mengatasi masalah kesehatan mental. Nah, eh, saya bukan psikolog ya, tapi menurut pendapat saya, kadang-kadang yang melegakan dari masalah yang kita hadapi adalah jika ada orang lain yang mau mendengarkan apa yang kita alami. Kadang-kadang kita tuh udah tahu kok apa yang harus kita lakukan. Kita itu eh, ingin melepaskan emosi dan ada orang lain yang mendengarkan. Dengan orang lain mendengarkan, kita merasa bahwa kita udah lega. Gitu. Jadi kalau silence dan dipendam, saya khawatir malah itu akan membuat masalahnya semakin parah. Ini menurut pendapat saya, tapi saya bukan ahli ya. Cuman saya hanya bisa berbicara berdasarkan hasil penelitian saya, di mana hasil penelitian tersebut mengatakan bahwa support dari lingkungan ini memegang peranan yang sangat penting. Begitu.
Baik, Baik, support lingkungan memegang peran yang sangat penting untuk bagaimana mental health ini bisa terjaga ketika dunia sosial media ini sudah sangat algoritmanya tidak beraturan, begitu ya Bu ya, kita bisa bilang seperti itu. Baik Bu Reza,
Satu
ya.
lagi mungkin salah satu lagi yang mungkin bisa dilakukan ya, apa ini istilahnya puasa Instagram. Itu akan bisa membantu kita pada saat kita mengalami problem mental health tersebut.
Yes.
Apa istilahnya ya? Ada kok istilahnya.
Detox
Saya
sosial
lupa.
media.
Detox sosial media. Betul sekali.
Okay. Okay, your time is almost finished, Miss Reza. And before I close your session, maybe you have a closing remarks about your topics.
Teman-teman harap diingat bahwa kesehatan mental itu sama pentingnya dengan kesehatan fisik. Itu aja. Terima kasih.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, giving applause for Miss Reza Savitri with her presentation about mental health in the age of media, deep dive into student well-being. Thank you for your time and thank you for your insightful presentation, Miss Reza. Thank you. Now we will move to the third session. We will listen another insightful presentation or material from our third speaker. We have Miss Maulina Pia Wulandari PhD. Good morning, Miss Pia.
Good morning, Miss Mega.
Okay.
Nice to meet
Okay.
you again.
Yes. Before you start your session, I will introduce yourself. Miss Maulina Pia Wulandari PhD, who serves as lecturer at the Department of Communication, specifically the head of the postgraduate study program of communication. Her background in political public relations, digital public relations, and strategic communication, Ms. Maulina Pia Wulandari PhD has finished her PhD degree of Management in Employment Relations at the University of Newcastle, Australia. Today, Ms. Maulina Pia Wulandari PhD will be presenting to us about human skill and competency and technologically accessibility, impact and obstacles in the practice of Indonesian digital public relations. That's a valuable topic that make our knowledge more elevate about PR. Now, please join me in welcoming Ms. Maulina Pia Wulandari, PhD. Time is yours.
Thank you so much, Mamega, for giving me time to present our current research that hopefully will be contribute on the theoretical perspective in terms of digital public relation or digital strategic communication. So today I would like to discuss about human skill and competencies and technological accessibility, impact and obstacle in the practice of Indonesian digital PR. So let's see what's really happened at the moment. And my team and I have been doing longitudinal studies, especially with Mr. Ivan Bima Wahid, for doing examination for multidimensional practices of digital public relations in Indonesia. So based on our baseline research, the digital transformation has been reshaping how organizations communicate and with their audiences, moving beyond traditional to more modern or more digital PR method. So in the 2020, Ari found out that PR 4.0 era integrates AI, big data, and interactive communication to foster real-time connections. And according to my previous study in 2020, in 2022, we found that in the current situation of Indonesian digital public relation practices, there are some issues regarding how Indonesian PR practitioners or PR professionals deal with the development of digital, especially big data, the application of AI, and interactive communications. So in 2024, Wahid and I emphasized that audiences demand transparency and responsiveness, and organizations with strong digital PR practices gain a competitive edge in today's digital market. So in terms of global perspective on digital public relations, so globally, digital PR has become a critical tool for managing reputation and building trust. Although there are some critics regarding the the implementation or the application of some digital technologies such as big data and AI that already also mentioned by Professor Jim before, there is some ethical issue regarding the application of that. So in Indonesia, with 191 million internet users, digital public relation is very important for reaching diverse audience. So based on Wahid and Wulandari research, highlight that the practice of digital PR Indonesia meets some challenges from two key dimensions. First of all is human skill and capacity, which that many PR professionals struggle to keep pace with rapid technological advancements, and then numerous of Indonesian PR professionals are challenged to upskill their digital technology capacity. In terms of technological accessibility, there are two main issues that have been which are digital divided limits access to advanced PR tools, especially in rural region or especially with the organization. I think the small and medium organization because this
digital technology tools needs some budget allocation, or big data services also need a big budget allocation for the organization. Only big organization in the big cities or major cities in Indonesia can afford to access that technology. Geographical gaps result in varying levels of PR effectiveness. Of course, PR in major cities in Indonesia, they are more easy to access the technology instead of the PR practitioners in the rural area or in the area that are very limited in that technology. So what is the need of adaptation? By adapting the new technology, we can stay relevant into the evolving PR landscape, and this sets the stage for our focus on human skill and competency and technological accessibility in Indonesia digital PR practice. So based on our literature review and our previous research, and of course our the latest research that we have been done together, we can find out or we can identify research gap which aim to contribute to the PR scholars and practice, which is there is still limited research on how technological accessibility affect PR effectiveness between urban and rural areas in Indonesia, and the need for deeper analysis of digital competencies required for PR professionals in evolving digital landscape. And also previous studies focus more on technology's role, but less on balancing strategic and technical skill sets. So this research is to analyze the impact of human skills and competency of effectiveness of digital public relation practices in Indonesia, as well as to investigate the role of technological accessibility in shaping digital public relations outcomes. Hopefully, this research can contribute or can address skill gaps by identifying essential digital competencies for effective PR practice in Indonesia. We also hope that we can explore the impact of digital divide on PR practices and offer strategies for bridging these gaps. Proposes a new perspective on the role of human skill and technological accessibility in advancing PR strategies. So this is our main or some theories that we've been used to analyze our findings or our research. Excellent theory in public relation. Of course, we're going to focus on how PR practitioners doing their role in establishing two-way communication between organization and stakeholders. In this theory, the ideal communication process for PR is that we have to develop two-way communication
stakeholders. And digital PR aligns with the principle of communication by adapting to the needs of interactive digital platform. We also capital theory by Bourdieu in 1997, which explores how social networks and relationships are leveraged for resource mobilization. Of course, digital platform enhance an organization's social capital through stakeholder engagement. We also use our previous study in 2022
we explore, we analyze, we find out that Indonesian PR practitioners' ability in operating data digital technology still very limited. Only 44% of the PR practitioner understand about the sentiment analysis. Only 58% they understand about Google Analytics and they know how to read the data from Google Analytics. Only 22% can understand about the big data analysis. And of course, 53% of the Indonesian public relations practitioners that we surveyed they reliance on third party instead of conducting their own big data analysis. Global perspective on technological accessibility in digital public relations, according to Amadou et al. In 2019's Advanced ICT provides a more effective workflow on a daily basis. However, according to Silitonga in 2023, the significance of addressing the issue of internet accessibility in Indonesia, regardless of the country's growing technological adoption, is still limited. So how we can approach the study? So we applied descriptive qualitative method to explore in-depth insight into human skills and technological accessibility in digital PR practices. We using a focus group discussion as primary data collection technique by inviting numerous Indonesian PR practitioners from diverse organizations in Indonesia, like corporation, governmental organization, NGO, and diverse organizational positioning. And we also applied purposive sampling to select participants with extensive experience in digital public relations. In data analysis, we use thematic analysis by Brown and Clark in 2012 to identify the pattern and themes related to skills development, technological use, and accessibility challenges. Data were coded by NVivo, the latest NVivo that we use, into themes such as digital competency, infrastructure gaps, and adaptation strategies. So this is what we found from our study. It is very interesting. I think it's almost similar what Professor Jim proposed in his models, that digital literacy among PR practitioners significantly influences their ability to execute effective digital campaign. A lack of digital literacy can hinder the adoption of new technologies such as AI-driven tools and big data analysis. Of course, there is a challenges in various levels. We found that top-level PR practitioners focus on strategic planning, like audience analysis and campaign design. So you can see there is a slight changes from being ascending information. Now they become more trying to listen what the public say by using audience analysis. And then lower level practitioners really struggle with mastering technical skills, especially in digital content creation and data interpretation. The skill gap between strategic and technical role limits the organization overall digital effectiveness. Hence, strategic skill gaps hinder the full potential of digital PR across the industry, leading to inefficiency in digital engagement. So that's why we found that there is an urgency of training and development. Findings indicate that a critical need for ongoing training programs tailored to different practitioners' levels. You have to remember that the current participant that we invited, they graduate mostly they graduate 3 years before this conference happened, or at least they already have a work experience at least 5 years, and the brand new one is about 2 years. And emphasize on upskilling lower level practitioners in data analytics, AI, and digital copywriting. This is a big problem at the moment. They are confusing how to use ChatGPT or the current AI that support them, how they can use ChatGPT and others AI for data analysis instead of making some content or information. Training program must also include mentoring in bridge the gap between strategic and technical skills. And we found that in terms of access disparity, there is an unequal access to digital tools remains a major challenge, especially in remote regions. The PR practitioners who stay in major cities in Indonesia like Jakarta, Surabaya, Bandung, maybe Medan, they are very easy to get access because of the organization. Also, the scale is big and they have a appropriate budget allocation to access the technology. And we found also the impact of digital divide. Geographical gaps limit the effectiveness of digital campaign and effective engagement and reach. Of course, the quality of digital campaign is quite different between organizations who stay in major cities in Indonesia or major provinces in Indonesia compared to organizations who operate in a remote area or in outside or maybe not in the main city of Indonesia. PR professional in urban areas, such like in Jakarta or in Surabaya, they have a significant advantage in using advanced technology like AI. Of course, even though they have a internet connection, but it doesn't mean they can have an access to these digital technologies like AI, because sometimes they have to pay the subscription of the AI tools. The big data providers is also very expensive in terms of service provider, and there are only limited organization can use the third party for having big data analysis. Therefore, Digital infrastructure improvement are very essential to bridge the gap. And regarding for organizational support, we found that organizations play a crucial role in providing technological resources and infrastructure support. So based on the focus group discussion results, there are so many organizations still cannot afford in providing these technological resources and infrastructure due to the limit budget allocation in providing that technology, as well as the limitation of available technology that in that area or in the place that they operate. And we found that the impact of digital divide, this is already, sorry. Okay. So we argue that strategic skill of PR professional need to be integrated, the strategic planning skills and with technological digital skills such as data analytic and AI use should be integrated together, cannot be separated at the moment. It's like a basic requirement that should be possessed by PR practitioners in Indonesia. Organizations should prioritize strategic training that includes practical digital skill application. And we suggest that a focus on building strategic thinking in junior practitioners can accelerate overall team effectiveness. So we give some recommendation for training programs, focus on tailored training program that address regional needs and access disparities, particularly in rural area. And we also suggest to the Public Relations Practitioners Association to have a partnership with universities and online learning platforms can facilitate continuous professional development. And also we encourage mentorship program where experienced practitioners can share digital strategies with newer entrants. And also, we argue that government and private sector partnership are very, very important for expanding digital infrastructure in underserved area. So hopefully our Indonesian government in their communication and digital new policy, they can more consider to enlarge their capacity in providing this digital technology that much more affordable for medium and smaller organization. And we also argue that we have to focus on improving internet connectivity and access to digital resources, especially in rural region to ensure the equity. We believe that incentive for companies that invest in digital tools for their PR teams can accelerate infrastructure development. Of course, for the long-term strategy for resilience, we suggest that encourage a culture for continuous learning within PR organization to adapt to evolving digital trends. We also have to consider about the ethical consideration or ethical issue that we discussed with Professor Jim before. We have to develop internal learning modules that focus on AI ethic, big data privacy, and emerging digital tools. We believe that building resilience through adaptability will help public relations teams remain competitive in the digital era. So in conclusion, digital literacy and strategic competency are very important for the success of PR professionals in Indonesia, especially in the digital landscape. We need technological accessibility, and we believe that this the technological accessibility still become a primary barrier, yeah, between public relations practitioners in Indonesia, especially in the rural areas or in the not major cities in Indonesia. Of course, it will impact on the ability to leverage advanced digital tools. So what is the theoretical implication? The study underscores the need to view public relations as both strategic and technical function in digital age. We cannot only thinking that public relation is just only produce information or content, but we also have to think that how public relation practitioners to increase their capacity and their capability in how they can deal with the digital changes. Enhance social capital theory by highlighting the role of digital platform in strengthening stakeholder relationship. And hopefully in the future direction, we will explore long-term impacts of AI and big data on PR practices in Indonesia. Focus on developing sustainable strategies to overcome the digital divide and ensure equitable access to digital resources. So that's all my presentation, and back to you, Mbak Mega. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful presentation, Ms. Pia. And now we move to Q&A session. We will start a question from Rani Tuta. Oh, I'm a big fan of your materials about PR from Rani Tuta, Ms. Pia. Okay, her question is the first one. I wonder how does a PR in Indonesia overcome the disparity in technological skills and knowledge? In addition, for the second question, since the gap in Indonesia is not only due to economic geography, but also cultural factors, where some tribes refuse to keep up with the times and use technology, how can PRs engage these tribes in PR strategies? Is it the traditional way of meeting face to face or inviting them to open their minds using technology?
Okay, so this is very good question, yeah. So the first time according to our discussion with PR practitioners, of course, they're learning by doing. Yeah, they sometimes finding out by themselves how they can deal with this new technology. For example, if they want to use AI, sometimes they like a trial and error, they practice by themselves. But nowadays, Indonesian PR Association, even for example, IPRA Humas, Perhumas, Public Relation Indonesia Associations, or PRIA, something like that, they are getting more frequent in giving some workshop or trainings program to enhance the PR practitioner skills in terms of they know about the the new current technology like AI or maybe about the big data analysis. Of course, because there is some still gaps, the communication graduates in the last 5 years, which not all universities in Indonesia giving some courses regarding digital analytic and also how to deal with big data and AI. There is a need like a comprehensive training and workshop for current public relation practitioners in increasing their capacity in using big data, especially how they can understand or how can read the result of big data analysis, Mbak Mega. So that's why there is a big homework for Indonesian university. Well, actually, me as a head of program in Master of Communication Science at the moment with the team of curriculum, we are developing digital strategic communication, Master of Digital Strategic Communication, where in which the courses we provide, some courses that how preparing the communication professionals can deals with the development of big data, AI, and other technologies development. So I think there is also a lot of Indonesian university tries to upgrade their curriculum, especially in undergraduate program, in preparing the alumni or the graduates to be ready in terms of how they can deal with that such of technological development. So I think there is a big possibility for our current students now to improve themselves, to not being, hesitant, and not try to being, scared or fear about using AI. And I think I also encourage to some of our, for my colleagues, my academic colleagues in UB to not, anti or resistant if your student using AI. Because I believe the end of the day, for me, AI is just a tool for them to gathering a data or get some inspiration. But the end of the day, we as an academics will see how our students use their critical thinking to express their opinion or their giving their academic thoughts. Okay. And the second question is, what about the cultures that maybe some tribes, it's not only tribes, Rani, but also some organization, they're still, rejecting how to use Canva maybe, yeah, or using, what is the big data analysis, what for? But they really need, for example, data about their characteristic of their customers. They have a lot of customers, but they don't know how to deal with that kind of customers. That's why they have to go with big data. But some of the organizations, because they are too scared using these services, of course, the one thing is because of the price. The price of using that big data service analysis is very, very high. And not all Indonesian companies can use big data analysis. Only few big data analysis consultancy can be trusted if we consider about the ethical consideration. Of course, I still believe that traditional communication can be used in developing trust and relationship between organization and stakeholder, especially in the remote area. So I'm the academic that still believe that not all relationship or not all communication between organization and public can be solved by sophisticated technology. Sometimes for organization who stay or who operate in the rural area or in the not in the big major city. For example, contoh lah misalnya government institution in the kabupaten level or in the small city level. I believe that we cannot depend on social media. Still, traditional communication can be used, but it will be better if we can use AI or other technology to just analyze the data, just to know what is the outcomes. Because Professor Jim already explained to us that's now important. We have to listen what public want to say and how we can deal with that, and then how we can produce our campaign or our programs and then deliver to our people. Again, technology is just a tool. If there is no technology, we still can use another one. Because if you stay or your company or your organization stay in the rural area or in the remote area, I don't really believe, Mbak Mega, that using social media or using advanced technology platform, or digital platform can be very effective for them. So that's my questions.
All right. It's a very insightful answer from you, Miss Pia. Now we move to question from Eric Santoso. Okay. How important is learning data analysis for public relations practitioner? And is there any suggestion for non-STEM student to learning about data analysis? Thank you.
Very, very good question. I can say that public relation practitioner nowadays, especially if you are still students, you must learn how to use or how about learning about data analysis, especially digital data analysis. It doesn't mean you become a very mathematical or very what is that? The IT guys or being very technical geek guys, but it's mean that you have to know the principle of digital data analysis, and the importantly is how you can understand and analyze the data results and make those data become your foundation to make some strategic planning for your next communication campaign for your organization. That's the most important thing. That's why in our especially for the master level, because Bu Pia is the head of master program. Next week, our unit or our program will discuss about the new upgrade curriculum, especially how we can prepare our graduates in facing these challenges. Some courses like social media analysis, and then big data analysis, and then digital marketing communication analysis, and then digital audience analysis. We will provide those courses to prepare our students in deals with this technological issue. And yes, of course, we are especially PR communication practitioners. We really we start because in our management way of thinking, we start our work with research. So conducting research is a must. And how you can conduct research if you don't know about how you can do digital data analysis? At least if you can do manually, you can go with somebody else, but you can read what is the data is all about. That's our main focus, Mbak Mega. It doesn't mean that you will know how about how to make AI, how the AI works. That's not our area. Our area is we understand how we can use AI to support our work, like how we can develop prompt for ChatGPT properly, how we can, especially if you hire a big data analysis company, how you can read the results and how the results help you to develop strategic planning for your program, and how you can develop the measurement for monitoring your program, and how you can know what is the outcome for your company, like how much money that you can get from your program. For example, how much the return of investment, or how big is your public opinion, how big is the positive sentiment, how big is the public support. That's what we're looking for, Mbak Mega. So I think, of course, it can't be denied anymore. We have to upgrade our curriculum as soon as possible, and hopefully for master degree we can get the new curriculum in next semester, and we will be open international program and their double degree program, regular program that's focused on. Can I spill the secret? We will have 3 new master program, Mbak Mega: Master of Digital Strategy Communication, Master of Digital Media and Culture, and then Master of Global and Environment Communication. So it's gonna be very interesting, and I believe there is no university in Indonesia having this program like before. This is this brand new spill. Okay, hopefully next semester or next year will be open very soon for the students. Thank you, Mbak Mega. Back to you.
Thank you, Bu Pia, for your interesting information. This is new to me, and absolutely this is new for all participants in here. Now, because time is running, we have another question for you, Bu Pia, from Marisa Dewanti. What types of incentives could be most effective in encouraging companies to invest in digital tools for PR? And how might this investment accelerate infrastructure development in less accessible areas?
Okay, in terms of financial incentive, honestly, I don't know how Indonesian government will provide the incentive for organization to get the access of technological, I mean, like sophisticated software or something like that, because as we heard before, Professor Jim said that in this world there is no regulation at all how to regulate or how to organize the business of AI and other technology. Yeah, I believe that Indonesian government enlarge more or increase the capacity of internet, become to more accessible to people in the rural area. I heard that Indonesian government have collaboration with Elon Musk, so people in the remote area doesn't have to wait until the fiber cable connected to their area. They can use satellite, but the problem is that we have to consider about the security of using the satellite, because the satellite is mean that your data is not belong to Indonesian government but belong to Elon Musk. Yeah, you have to be careful with that. So in terms of providing what is that, affordable AI, I believe that Indonesian has a lot of talents at the moment. And I believe some universities, like major universities in Indonesia, develop new AI for helping Indonesian communication professionals. But again, because AI is also a big business and need a lot of money to set up, so I think I'm not sure whether the Indonesian government will give some, like a budget support, especially for a small medium company to get some AI. But I think for educational purposes, Indonesian government already give a free subscription for Canva, Mbak Mega. So Canva now is free for students from elementary until to higher education, ya, sampai dengan mahasiswa. You can get free as long as you log in with your student's email. So that's I can answer.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Buvia. Now we move to question from Sophie Anandaritwan. I've read some ideas spread on social media, especially about virtual reality in context of PR. With the rise of the metaverse and virtual reality, do you think the idea of PR will create immersive and meaningful experiences for people by utilizing virtual reality? Is it a good idea from your opinion, and what are the challenges in measuring campaign effectiveness in the digital and virtual world?
Okay, this is very good question as well. Yeah. Honestly speaking, the term of public relations now getting more out of date. Yeah. I just come back from Australia. I met some Australian colleges, and we have a discussion that nowadays in the global networking, we don't have to say PR anymore, because it's become PR seems like too small. Yeah, we have to think globally because of the technological development. So nowadays the term of strategic communication is much more appropriate, Mbak Mega. And of course, strategic communication, it can be in digital or in conventional, although public relation can be digital and conventional, but strategic communication can be implemented into so many area. Like if you're talking about the health, if you're talking about the, like a natural disaster, if you're talking about family communication. You can use the strategic communication, to develop message and giving to the publics or the audience, and then we not just only sending the message, but we also have to know about the output and outcome, for the message. So that's why, is it good, is it bad? But I think we cannot say that yes, there is some goodness in the the what is that, the combination atau terjadinya what is that, we call it a virtual meta universe and virtual communication, something like that. I think itu nggak bisa, we cannot be inevitables, but the one things that we have to consider, highly consider, how we can use it ethically, because nowadays the problem of digital public relations or digital strategy communication or digital media, the problem is the ethical consideration, the ethical issue, the moral issue. As Professor Jim said that AI, big data analysis, there has no moral in that. It's just a tool, It's just like a weapon, I think. And we have to be very carefully and be wise using weapon, because if we cannot use weapon nicely, it can harm others and can harm ourselves. That's the bad things of combining the meta universe, the digital platform, and such as things. So that's why in our curriculum, it is a big obligation for academics like me and my colleagues to to add on the ethical issues in every single courses, especially if we deliver courses in terms of like discussing about big data analysis, digital audience analysis, or just like the new current new digital courses in communication. So I think I believe that the combination between digitalization and traditional still be required in strategic communication, and slowly but not sure the term of public relation will be replaced by using the term of strategic communication, because some of the scholars say that public relations is more smaller than strategic communication. Public relation can be just only implemented into organization, then strategic communication can be implemented from the individual level until the organization level. So that's my question, Mbak Mega.
Okay, all right. We have two questions later before I close your session, Bu Pia. Now we move to question from Carmenita Alexandra. I'm curious to what extent the limits OS PR can use AI, and what is the measure of the use of technology or AI can be said to be effective to PR itself?
Wah, when the limits SPR can use AI, it depend on your purpose, Carmelita. If your purpose is just, how you regard as well the AI. If you think that AI is just a tool, like I said before, like a weapon, if you use this weapon to target it, appropriate targeted, then AI will be successfully to support your work. But if you're not using AI properly, then it's gonna be, kill yourself. It won't give you some impacts. It means sometimes there is also what is that? Ketakutan, a fearness for depending on AI, because if you are not using AI, like your life is not complete, gitu kan? But again, as a public relation practitioners, based on my experience and our participants in focus group discussion, they still regard AI as a tool to help them to work. But of course, there is some fears that AI can replace their job. Because, for example, we don't need any public relations because Copilot and ChatGPT nowadays can make press release straight away, just giving a proper prompt. But again, because even though the AI can humanize our language, some of the journalists still believe that people-made or human-made press release is much more humanized than ChatGPT press release, because there is some human touch in the words, ya, yang ada yang nggak bisa di-explain by words karena kata-kata itu terlalu robotic instead of touching our heart, ya. Because some words is also touch our empathy. Itu yang bisa saya jawab. Kalau boleh saya boleh langsung jumping dominance AI and big data in automating PR tasks, and then how if AI can provide data-driven recommendation more quickly, how can PR professional maintain their relevance? Yeah, of course. Again, PR, AI, big data analysis is a tools. We are as a PR professional need our critical thinking. Nah, ini yang nggak bisa di-replace oleh AI and big data tools, Mbak Mega. So that's why in higher education level, we still, what is that? Teaching about how the students develop critical thinkings. Misalnya, for example, in Bupia's courses like PR theory, Bupia making some assignment for essay, they can use ChatGPT or other AI to help them develop their essay. But the end of the day, I can see how the students analyzes the case study, ya kan, by giving some recommendation and how they can discuss about their analysis relate to the literature review. They cannot replace by AI. Trust me guys, nggak bisa pakai ChatGPT to analyze ya studi kasus yang diberikan oleh dosennya. Because at the end of the day, you need the things, ya. You will disappointed if AI doesn't follow whatever you want to do. Ya, jadi nggak bisa. Of course, the integrity of PR professionals itu adanya di mana di critical thinking and then how they execute the data by using strategic planning. Even though Copilot guys yang baru itu bisa bikin strategic planning for PR, ya kan? Tapi again harus kembali lagi back to the critical thinking. Apakah strategic planning yang dibuatkan Copilot make sense and really answers the public needs? That's only come from your mind. I think that's the conclusion from me, Mbak Mega.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your insightful material and your conclusion. And because you has said your conclusion, and I will take your session, Bu Pia, before I give it back to Master of Ceremony. Thank you, Bu Pia, for your time and for your insightful material. It was interest for me and for all participants. It's meaningful for us to learn about digital in public relations.
Pleasure is always mine, Mbak Mega.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before I give it back to Master of Ceremony, let me conclusion the first plenary session of the fourth BCIC and the interplay of human skills, technological accessibility, digital dating platforms, and mental health highlights the motivates impact of technology on youth. As digital tools become integral to daily life, essential human competencies such as critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and adaptability are more important than ever to navigate digital relationships effectively. Digital dating platforms have redefined social interactions, enabling diverse connections, but also sometimes fostering superficiality and exacerbating mental health challenges like loneliness and anxiety. In an age saturated with media, mental health is increasingly vulnerable, demanding both individual resilience and societal support system. Overall, a balanced approach that prioritizes human skills alongside technological innovation is essential to foster positive outcomes for youth. Thank you for your attention for all participants and of course our lovely speaker, our three speakers, women empower women. Thank you for your time and for your good material for us. And I will give it back to Master of Ceremony.
What an insightful discussion for today. Thank you to Ms. Mega for guiding us through the first presentation session. Let's give her a round of applause.
Bapak Ibu peserta Brawijaya Communication International Conference, telah kita ikuti bersama sesi materi di hari ini, dan selanjutnya kita akan segera memasuki sesi break selama 45 menit. Jadi kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu untuk memasuki sesi break selama 45 menit, kemudian pada pukul 12.20 waktu Indonesia Barat, kita akan berada di Zoom ini kembali untuk mengikuti plenary session berikutnya yang akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Nia Aston Destriti, SIKOM MA. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference, we have now completed the presentation session and plenary sessions for today. Next, we invite you to take 45-minute break, and we will reconvene here at the Zoom platform at 12:20 p.m. West Indonesia's time zone for the next plenary session, which will be moderated by Ms. Nia Ashton Destriti, SIKOM MA. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan selamat datang kembali di Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. Bapak Ibu peserta yang berbahagia, saatnya kita ikuti bersama plenary session berikutnya dengan topik strategic communication yang pastinya akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Nia Aston Destristi SIKOM MA.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. Distinguished participants, it is now time to proceed with the second plenary session with our keynote speaker, moderated by Mrs. Nia Ashton Destriti SIKOM MA. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session. Mrs. Nia Ashton Destriti is a lecturer in Department of Communication Science, Faculty of Social and Political Science at Brawijaya University. She completed her undergraduate studies in the Department of Communication Science at Brawijaya and continued with a master's degree in Department of Communication Science at Gajah Mada University. Her primary research interest is communication for behavioral change. Her research includes topics such as ethical dimensions of anti-smoking public service advertisement, health promotion in workplace through public relations campaign, academic burnout and coping strategies, and health message fatigue on social media users. Mrs. Nia, time is yours.
Okay, thank you Saskia and Alida for your generous introduction. Is it clear? Is my voice, you can hear my voice?
This is very clear.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to welcome you once again to the 4th Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024 on navigating social change. I apologize. On navigating social change, communication, information, and AI digital convergence held virtually. My name is Nia Aston Destriti, and I will be your moderator for this session. In this second plenary session, we have a distinguished panel of speakers who will share valuable insight in their respective fields, including Dr. Antoni Esos MSI, Ibu Fitri Haryana Oktaviani SSSA MCommun PhD, and Dr. Ferdi Firmantoro SIKOM MIKOM. Before we proceed, I would like to share a few guidelines to ensure our session runs smoothly. Each of our speakers will have 30 minutes to present, followed by 45 minutes question and answer session. We kindly ask all attendees you to note down any questions during the presentation, as we will open the floor for question after all speakers have presented. You can use the chat box function to submit question at any time, and we will address them during the Q&A session, or you may ask directly by pressing the raise hand button during the Q&A session. It is now my privilege to introduce our esteemed speakers, each bringing exceptional expertise to today's discussion. Our first speaker is Dr. Antoni Esos MSI, who will share insight on study on public sphere in Indonesian nation history as a communication history study. Our second speaker is Ibu Fitri Haryana Oktaviani SSSA MCommun PhD, will provide a perspective on feminism in the field of communication. And our third speaker is Dr. Ferdi Firmantoro, communication issues and the need of the westernization perspective. We are truly honored to have each of you here today. Okay, let us begin with our first speaker, Dr. Antoni. I will start by briefly introducing him. Dr. Antoni Esos MSI is a senior lecturer at Department of Communication Science, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya. Dr. Antoni completed both his undergraduate and master degrees in communication science at Universitas 11 Maret, then obtained his doctoral degree from Universitas Indonesia. He has expertise in communication networks, communibiology, and communication history study. His research experiences include the historical study of the kinship network communication of Angkulareh Sungai Pua related to contributions to modern Indonesia, a meta-analysis study in the field of interpersonal and small group communication, formulating an anti-corruption system in faculty management, and the internalization of anti-corruption values among Indonesian journalists with a phenomenological approach. Now he is also the head of Infocom, Journal and Public Relation at the social community organization Ikatan Sarjana Sungai Pua in Indonesia. The books he has written include Riuhnya Persimpangan Itu, Profiles and Thoughts of the Founders of Communication Studies, The Economic Dimension in Cultural Work, an Initial Review in Communication and Cultural Research, Theoretical Perspective and Research Agenda, Communication and Power, and Communibiology as a Communication Studies, Perspective to Address Environmental and Health Issues. I have just briefly introduced Dr. Antony. Please welcome him to begin this session with his presentation titled Study of the Public Sphere in Indonesian National History as a Communication History Study. Dr. Antony, the floor is yours, and you can now share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Bunia. Good afternoon, all of participants, BCIC. First, I will, this the structure of my presentation, this afternoon. The first is I will explain about perspective that I use in this topic. First is related with group communication studies, and then the second is communication history approach. The third specific topic in communication history related with public sphere studies, and then the fourth is related with significant figure in studying about rhetoric and also public sphere. The philosopher John Dewey from Chicago School, and then the last related with my data empirical public sphere in that is in the early of 20th century. It means related with the period of national movement in Indonesia. This is my thesis for this presentation. It is important to revitalize public sphere in order to enforce democracy. I think this our agenda in Indonesia, because there are so many opinions that there is what is the decline democratization in Indonesia recently. So I think talking about public sphere it is very close with this problem, and also related with our term in this BCIC 2024. My topic especially related with social change. It means that we need public sphere in order to do social change in our society. I think it is also important I acknowledge my roadmap of my research, previous research, all using communication history approach. The first is in 2017 I did research about prominent figure Abdul Muiz. This research especially describe about how political communication practiced by our hero Abdul Muiz in colonial period, like doing public meeting, writing in newspaper, and also being a member of Foxtrot, etc. And then the second, the next step, to continue from Abdul Muiz research is in 2023 that Bunia has mentioned before. With the kinship network, kinship network of Angkulare, the father of Abdul Muiz, and how this family have contribute in Indonesia context related with some figure in some area, in politics, government, in Indonesian press, politics, etc. Yeah. And then this afternoon I will describe ongoing research, ongoing process for my research. This also related with the previous research, especially about the public sphere, public sphere in the context of in the national movement, in the early of 20th century in Indonesian history. Yeah, I think if we correlate with our contemporary era in our society, I think this topic is very close. There is there is some phenomena that show us the decline of democracy in Indonesia if we combine maybe 10 years ago or 20 years ago, in the early of our reform era, for example, after the resign of President Soeharto, for example, So I think this one of reason why how important is studying about the public sphere, in the context of our society. Yeah, okay. This is my first approach, in communication studies. This studies is related with group communication. You know that in 1990, there is the growing research done, in the subfield of communication in the context of studying group communication. This is one of the reasons why I choose my research using group communication. Furthermore, this for me is something new. Not only in 1990, in the early of 20th century, studying and research in group communication also have been existing, and also studying about policy, about the process of politics. So I want to say that studying group communication not only in the context of private life, like in family, for example, or like in a classroom, or like in relationship, for example, but studying group communication also we can choose as a part studying about society, studying about a political process, for example. So my topic related with group communication in the context of public issue, related with policy, related with political process. Okay. There are some study in group communication that related with public issue, or related with government, related with how is the process to influence the policy, or how government try to socialize the policy itself. This we can see as what is state of the art to understand or to know how apply group communication in the context of public issue or related with policy. Okay, now the second approach, in my perspective, using communication history. We know that communication history is a new subfield, in communication studies. International Communication Association has put communication history one of division, the new division, in IKE. So I want to say that this new subfield in communication, and we need to support, and develop, this subfield, and also there are some critique, in communication studies. For example, like communication scholar are criticized still not pay attention using historical approach, in doing communication research, for example. And then the other critique is communication studies tend studying about contemporary era and and also futuristic phenomena. This is very dominant, in communication studies. Then only studying now and next future, for example. While there are so many interesting topic about the past of communication field or communication studies not yet studied by communication scholar. So this is also the reason why I choose communication historical approach in studying about the phenomenon of public sphere in Indonesia, for example. Yeah, and furthermore, in communication history, there is also a critique that the domination of Western approach, in what is developed communication history. It means studying about American past, studying about the history of journalism in European, for example. So there are also suggestions, for example, from John Durham Peters, it is need to do comparative studies in communication history, and also it is need to study non-Western region in communication history. So this also our my topic about doing research about public sphere in the context of Indonesian history. We can put in this context, try to answer this problem, how to give how to give the study about communication history in outside Western area, for example, in United States or European countries, this John Durham Peters, one of important figure, I think, in communication history approach, beside John Neron, John Durham Peters, John Neron. Okay, in communication history, there is a specific topic studying about public sphere, So this I try to put about the phenomena in Indonesia in the context of communication history. This is one of topic that existing in communication history that is studying about public sphere. Refer to John Neron, for example, we can see what this work, in communication story related about studying public sphere, For example, studying about public sphere in 17th century, 17th century in France. I think this related with the process of French Revolution. We know that, how important is the public sphere, the phenomenon of doing propaganda, etc. For example, the other study is related in the context of United States of America. For example, in 18th century, how is the speech, daily speech among the elite, political elite at the time, for example. I think it's also interesting, I think, so I want to say that if we see this some works, we can imagine, if we borrow this perspective to analyze about in the context of our history, for example. I think we are still very there's very, I think, very limited work, that using historical approach studying about public sphere in the context of our history. So I think this very important for us as a communication scholar or communication student to give more attention how to study about public sphere and using historical approach, Okay. John Neron, I refer to John Neron Review, since 1970, there are three topic that coming in communication history approach. History of the book, history of technology, and history of public sphere. So it is also my reason why I choose studying about public sphere, in the context what is communication history field, we know that studying about public sphere, it is there is what is maybe the father gitu ya, the father in public sphere studies. We know that Jürgen Habermas, we know Habermas studying in the context of France, German, and then also England, in the period in 70th century. We know that public sphere is related with the Bourdieu's activity discussing related with public issue at the time. So it means that the process of how to enforce democratic life in society, for example. We know that in the context of France, public sphere is precondition before happen what we know as French Revolution, for example. This about John Dewey, in studying about public sphere, studying about what is rhetoric, for example, and also group communication, the philosopher or the scholar John Dewey, it is one of what is figure that very influence. It means that the idea, the thought of John Dewey will influence studying rhetoric, studying about public sphere. I think this for me also something new, that what is for us in communication studies, John Dewey, we know that as a very very influential figure in Chicago School. We know that Chicago School, and also Chicago School we can put as a base for related with speech communication, related with group communication, for example, and also related with what is in this my topic related what is public sphere studies. So I think what is talking about John Dewey, talking about Chicago School, we know that in the context of communication discipline, this figure and this approach give to community studies more humanist and also more concerned with public issue. So we maybe if we read, for example, article from Robert T. Crick, for example, there is what is pragmatic turn in communication studies. It means that how is communication studies now? The ideology maybe the value that's there's a shift if in the early tend to just serve for the elite, political elite, government, or for industrial interest, for example. But in the context of pragmatic turn, communication studies tend more concerned with public issue, tend to concern with what people or society need, now, for example, so I think this we can see that how is maybe 1 century ago in the context of Chicago School, they faced the impact of industrialization, since in 19th century until maybe 1930, Yeah, we know there's a big depression, yeah, in United States of America, for example. At the time, communication study or pragmatic approach related how to solve the problem related with the impact of industrialization. But now, I think, especially in our context in Indonesia, so pragmatic term, if we refer to John Dewey or maybe what is Chicago School, we can use in order to face the decline of democracy, for example, in Indonesia. Yeah. Yeah, I think the main idea related with John Dewey and studying about public sphere is John Dewey emphasized the important doing discussion. Yeah, the point of communication is talking or speech communication or doing discussion. Yeah, John Dewey emphasized the importance of face-to-face communication. Yeah, and doing face-to-face communication with rationality related with public issue, and the ultimate goal is in order to reach great community. I think the concept of great community is very important. Yeah, from John Dewey. John Dewey imagined that ideal democracy is related with making community. What is a community? Yeah, community is related with community is the result of social interaction based on moral value, for example, and the humanist relationship, yeah, among the people in the member of the community. Yeah, in the context in United States, we know that Chicago School, the moral value, it means not only based on secular idea, but also based on, for example, Christianity value or religion value, for example. Yeah. Yeah, I want to emphasize that recently in communication studies, we know that the idea of John Dewey introduced again by James Carey. And we know that James Carey has been recognized, give significant contribution in communication study, especially with his effort, yeah, to acknowledge again the idea of constitutive or ritual model in communication, for example. That is coming from John Dewey idea.
Excuse me, Pak Antoni.
Yeah.
I apologize. 5 minutes remaining.
Okay. So I will directly jump to empirical phenomena. Yeah. Yeah. This some phenomenon, yeah, from my ongoing research, yeah, related with public sphere in Indonesia. The first is in Bandung, yeah, in Bandung there is Darussalam House, yeah. Darussalam House is the house of Raden Mas Sosro Kartono, yeah. I hope you know this figure. Raden Mas Sosro Kartono is the brother of Raden Ajeng Kartini. Yeah, he stay along in Netherlands, become intellectual and also famous journalist at that time, and then he go back to that SND and stay in Bandung. And his house, that's very important, I think, as example as a public sphere, because so many young activists at the time come to the house, and there is discussion, interaction. One of the figure like Abdul Muiz, Cipto Mangunkusumo, and also, for example, Soekarno. Yeah. So I want to mention that this example in that period, we have example how is the publisher that established by Bumiputra activist, for example. The second is Rumah Gadang Angkulare ya in Sungai Pua. Why this house is important? This Abdul Muiz house from his brother, because in the house there are so many so many people from Western country coming to this house. From German, from Netherlands, for example. Some of them are missionaries, some of them are intellectual, photographer, artists, and example. So, since in childhood, Abdul Muiz has been familiar and doing interaction with intellectual people from abroad, for example. Yes, some of his father friends, and also Abdul Muiz still in childhood has been accessed so many books, magazine, from Western countries. So that's very important. I think in my interpretation will influence the figure of Abdul Muiz, since in childhood, for example. Next is in Surabaya, in 1924. Now we can still observe. In Jalan Bubutan, Indonesian Study Club. This related with Dr. Stomo movement at the time. How Dr. Stomo make study club, invite young activists, and then did some social and political activity. Establish school, establish bank, something like that, and also newspaper and magazine like we can still find now, penyebar semangat, majalah penyebar semangat. So this also I think example of public sphere in the context in colonial period. How maybe we can call bourgeois people at the time. I mean, person coming from middle class and have good education, and they try to discuss and do social political activity in order to get the freedom or the idea about Indonesia, for example. And then I want also mention in the context in Padang Panjang. I hope you know this city. Padang Panjang is between Bukit Tinggi and Padang. In Padang Panjang, it is, I think, unique. For example, there is Islamic modern school at the time, Perguruan Tawalib. Perguruan Tawalib, and you know that if you read Taufik Abdullah historian work, School and Politics, he studied about how is the conflict among the Tawalib school teacher and also student between pure Islam and Islam communist. This I think this interesting. In the early of 20th century, there is debate. How is Islam idea in one side, and how is Islam and communism in other side, and this make the Tawalib school separated. In one side there is we call it as Islam communist, for example, and I think there is interesting phenomena in Tawalib. You know that there is international debate club. This is, I think, interesting. There is a group doing international debate club that they try to discuss about Marxism idea, discussing about the colonialization and also international issue, for example. And then in Tawalib school, there is also what is buffet merah. Yeah, buffet merah is name of like a canteen. Yeah, a small restaurant in the school, and how the student at the time yeah, try to doing discussion, yeah, related about colonialization, how to do movement, etc. Yeah, so I want to say, in simple word, yeah, the phenomenon of public sphere in colonial period, we can find first the role of middle class, yeah, we can say like that. And then the second is the infrastructure that is the existing of pairs, yeah, at the time, for example, and also related with the facility in the area in the city, for example, yeah, for example, like library, yeah, and also like a modern school and etc. Yeah. Yeah, maybe this the last data maybe, yeah, I will mention in this presentation. In the context of in Sumatra, especially in West Sumatra, not only in Padang Panjang, but we can also mention the phenomena in Bukit Tinggi. You know, Bukit Tinggi in the mid of 19th century, there was a modern school, yeah, at the time, yeah, we know that quick school or sekolah raja, yeah, many what is early Indonesian elite from Sumatra, they school in this quick school, yeah, like Tan Malaka, for example, etc. Yeah. So in Bukit Tinggi, there's what the early coming of modern school, and then also the phenomena of Koto Gadang. You know, Koto Gadang is a village, yeah, not far from Bukit Tinggi. There are so many so many graduate from university at the time, yeah, to be a doctor, yeah, doctor or expert in law, for example, and also there are what is the foundation how to develop scholarship, yeah, for the people, young people from Kota Kadang to do study in Batavia or maybe in Netherlands. So there is also the environment, yeah, that is will support why some phenomenon of what is public sphere also developed, yeah, in Bukit Tinggi in the early of 20th century, yeah. Yes, so I think this the main idea and also ongoing data, yeah, from my research that I want to share, yeah, in this conference, yeah, related with the what is specific topic in communication story, studying about public sphere. I think that's all, Bu Nia.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anthony. It is interesting topic related to public sphere and communication history. It is new topics for me, so it's so interesting. Thank you so much. Okay, now next we will hear from Ibu Fitri Haryana Oktaviani, PhD, who will introduce us to the feminist perspective in communication studies. Before we listen to Ibu Fitri presentation, I'd like to share a brief biography of her. Ibu Fitri Haryana Oktaviani, PhD, is a researcher, lecturer, and practitioner specializing in feminist organizational communication with a publication record in top-tier journals such as Gender, Work and Organization, Management Communication Quarterly, and Leadership. Her research addresses gender inequality in Indonesian organization through a socio-cultural and historical lens. She holds a PhD from University of Queensland, supported by the Australia Awards Scholarship, and a master's in organizational communication from the same university with the Australia Development Scholarship. Currently, she is an academic at Universitas Brawijaya, leading the Communication for Social Change Research cluster in the Department of Communication Science. She also served as Deputy Director and contribute to the Gender and Society Working Groups for PhD Mama Indonesia, an advocacy community for women's educational rights. As a member of the Indonesian Young Scientist Academy or ALMI and International Communication Association, she collaborates with UQ, Badan Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional, and other government organization as a gender mainstreaming expert. Let's welcome our second speaker, Ibu Fitri. Ibu Fitri, are you here? Okay, I apologize that we will wait Bu Fitri because there's technically barriers. Okay.
Ibu Nia, is Ibu Fitri is here?
Yes, Bu Pia, I think Bu Fitri is still try to join this too in Zoom meeting, this Zoom meeting, Bu Pia.
Okay.
Okay, while we waiting for Bu Fitri, maybe I will tell a little bit more about Ibu Fitri Haryana Oktaviani. Now she is also joined in the ULKKSP, Unit Layanan Kekerasan Seksual and Perundungan, since her research also in the in that context. And Bu Fitri also now she became a reviewer in international journal such as Gender Work and Organization and Management Communication Quarterly, yeah, and a lot of other publication of her also published in a top tier journal communication. Oh, okay. I apologize that she also become a international journals reviewer, such as in a journal Gender Work and Organization, Gender Education and Pedagogy, Culture and Society. Now she worked in a current research project, such as breaking the mold, unraveling gendered construction on leadership among students in Indonesian university. Working with Associate Professor Bernard McKenna from the University of Queensland. She also conducted research in feminist post-structural analysis of gender equality discourses within the context of gender mainstreaming Indonesian public space, funded by internal grant fund of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Brawijaya. She also currently work in mapping gender equality discursive construction, case stakeholders' perspective in the context of gender mainstreaming in Indonesia. Also working with the University of Queensland College with Terence Fitzsimmons and funded by International Collaboration Research of Universitas of Brawijaya. Okay, Bu Fitri, are you still here? Bu Fitri?
Bu Nia, I think Bu Fitri has a problem with the connection. Can we move to another speaker, please?
Okay, Bu Pia. Okay, since Bu Fitri still try to join in this Zoom meeting, so we can with her. And now maybe we can move to the next speakers. Dr. Ferdi, Bapak Ferdi, are you here? Okay, thank you. Let me briefly introduce the next speakers. Dr. Ferdi Firmantoro, SICOM MECOM, is a lecturer of Department of Communication Science, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya. Dr. Ferdi completed both his undergraduate and master degrees in communication science at Universitas Brawijaya, then obtained his doctoral degree from Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Ferdi Firmantoro is a political communication analyst and researcher. He also served as vice chair of the Center for Civilization Studies at Universitas Brawijaya, or Wakil Ketua Pusat Studi Peradaban Universitas Brawijaya. He also editor of Tutorlogy, Journal of Southeast Asian Communication. He is also researcher at Indopol Survey Jakarta, and as a literacy and political education activist in Lumajang or Pulkam Project. Recently, he published a book chapter titled Gagasan Masa Depan, Kontemplasi Dosen Muda with the Ministry of Youth and Sports of the Republic of Indonesia, or Kementerian Pemuda and Olahraga Republik Indonesia as the publisher. He also active writes several opinions rubric in national media, such as he wrote opinions on Ganjar, Prabowo, Anies, the complexity of coalition axis ideas and political negotiation, and post-truth algorithm wars, safeguarding the existence of the press as a pillar of democracy, both published by Republika. Okay, without further ado, let's welcome our next speakers, Dr. Ferdi. The floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Nia Aston, as the moderator and all participants PCIC. Thank you for the invitation, head of the master program, Brawijaya Communication Master Program, Mrs. Maulina Pia Wulandari. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for your presence in this valuable occasion. Contemporary political communication issues are increasingly complex, along with the rapid transformation of the media landscape. Okay, I share my presentation. Sorry. Thank you for your presence on this valuable occasion. Contemporary political communication issues are increasingly complex, along with the rapid transformation in the media landscape. Understanding the dynamic of current political communication is crucial, given its significant influence on the formation of public opinion, political behavior, and the direction of social change. Through this presentation, we will jointly explore the challenges and opportunities faced in political communication in the digital era. Political communication is the heart of a democracy, just as the human body needs blood to circulate oxygen throughout its organ. Democracy also needs effective communication to distribute information and ideas that are vital for decision making. Without health communication, democracy will be paralyzed. Imagine if people do not have access to accurate and diverse information. How can they choose the right leader or make wise decision regarding public policy? Political communication allows a citizen to actively participate in the political process, convey their aspiration, and monitor government performance. In the word, in other words, political communication is the pulse that keeps democracy alive and beating. there are several important points in the purpose of political communication. Once transparency, the transparency, effective political communication ensure transparency in a government. The public can find out what the government is doing and provide input, accountability through communication. The government can be held accountable for its policies and action. Political communication encourages public participation in the political process.
Yes, Pak Ferdi, are you still here? I apologize, attendees, because in this campus, in this area, we have technical problems. Okay, Pak Ferdi, can you continue?
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Nias. Okay, thank you. I continue my presentation. Yeah, we can see this from the development of contemporary political communication, such as how social media has changed the landscape of political communication and provide a space for previously marginalized voices. Political campaign, how effective political campaign utilize of various communication channels to convey message to a voter, uh, the importance of public discussion space to formulate policies that are responsive to the needs of the community.
Pak Ferdi, are you still here? All attendees, you can hear Pak Ferdi voice?
No, Ibu, no.
No, okay. Okay.
Now the landscape of political communication has undergone a significant transformation. Social media, digital platform, and the internet have opened up new space for citizens to participate in politics. Digital technology has revolutionized the way we access information, interact with each other, and shape public opinion. Political information can now be spread very quickly and widely, reaching a much larger audience. Social media platform allow individuals to share views, discuss, and even organize political action in real time. This has encouraged the emergence of various social movements driven by digital power. However, behind all the convenience of digital technology also brings a number of challenges. The rapid spread of information is often accompanied by the rise of hoax and disinformation. algorithm on social media platform can strengthen polarization and echo chambers, where media platform can strengthen polarization, where individuals are only exposed to information that is in line with their views. In addition, the threat to data privacy is also a serious concern. In this context, political communication is not only about conveying a message, but also about how those messages are received, then interpreted and disseminated through various digital platforms. Understanding the dynamic of political communication in the digital age becoming important to ensure that democracy remain relevant and responsive to needs of society. A challenge in the contemporary political communication, polarization, the division of society into groups with very different opinion and who find it difficult to compromise. Case in point, social media algorithm that present content that match user preference, exposing a user only to information and reinforce the views. Data privacy, the collection, use, and disclosure of personal and without valid permission or consent is example use of social media users personal data to target political ads, tracking user location to determine their political activities. Serious privacy breach can cause financial and emotional harms to individuals. The gap in access, digital divide, the gap in access to information and communication technology between different group in society, people in rural area or low income. I'm sorry, people in rural area or low income group who do not have adequate internet access or digital devices. Let's discuss why it is important to beyond opportunity in contemporary political communication, the impact of digitalization and media convergence on political communication. Digital platforms such as social media allow individuals to easily connect, share information, mobilize support for issue. This has given rise to various fast-growing social movements such as Me Too, Black Lives Matters, and various climate movement. Online petition that can be signed by thousands of people in a short time. The use of hashtag to unite people's voices on a particular issue. But the positive impact in digital era can amplifying the voices of minority communities, increasing public awareness of social issues, encouraging faster policy change. Then about participatory democracy, digital technology facilitates citizen participation in the political process through various means such as e-voting, online public consultation, crowdsourcing platform to formulate policies, participatory budget platform that allow citizen to propose development project and choose which project will be funded, increasing government legitimacy, improving the quality of public policy, strengthening the relationship between government and citizen. Then opportunity in contemporary political communication, digital technology allow the government to publish public information more widely and transparently. Citizen can easily access information about the state's budget, government policies, and performance of public official. Government open data, a portal that provide public access to various government data, increasing public trust in the government, preventing corruption and abuse of power, strengthening public oversight of government performance. Then about innovation in political campaign, one of opportunity in contemporary political communication, political campaign can now leverage big data, sentiment analysis, digital advertising to target voters more personally and effectively. They use a chatbot of interact with voters, micro-targeting a campaign that target a specific group of voters based on interest and online behavior. Then positive impact, the more relevant and effective campaign increase voter turnout. Okay, about the challenges and opportunities in digital era about political communication, digital convergence and AI present new challenges and opportunities in political communication. On the one hand, these technologies enable broader public participation and easier access to information. But on the other hand, these technologies can also amplify polarization, spread disinformation, and threaten privacy. To navigate social change influenced by political communication and technology, several things need to be considered. The one, digital literacy. The public needs to have adequate digital literacy to be able to criticize the information they receive and distinguish fact from fiction. Then number two, there need to be clear regulation to address challenges such as disinformation and data manipulation. Then both ethics, the use technology in political communication must uphold ethical values and respect human rights. So after we discuss about the issues in contemporary in political communication, I will share about the ideas how discuss why it is important to go beyond the Western perspective and develop more nuanced understanding of political communication. I think is important because we must develop a new perspective. And the need for the westernization of perspective in political communication, diversity of cultural and political context. Yeah, each country has our own unique cultural context, history, and political system. But Western theories, often rooted in the experiences of of Western liberal democracy, may not be entirely relevant or applicable in different contexts. For example, the concept of political communication in the countries with more authoritarian political system will differ from that in liberal democracy. The value and norm that underlie political communication also vary across culture. What is considered effective and ethical communication in one culture may not be applicable in another. Then, limitation of Western countries focus on liberal democracy. Many Western political communication theories focus on liberal democracy.
This make them less relevant to understanding political communication phenomena in country with the different political system. Often Western theory make over generalization about human political behavior. In fact, human political behavior is very complex and influenced by various factors, including cultural, social, and economic factor. Many countries outside of the West have unique and distinctive social movement with different characteristic and dynamic. Then local media in various countries have different roles in shaping public opinion and influencing political behavior. Then globalization has causes cultural hybridization, where element of Western culture are mixed with element of local culture. This create increasingly complex political communication. Then social media has changed the landscape of political communication around the world, but its impact varies greatly depending on the local context. Okay, then the concept, yeah, the one I give case study, the concept of face in political communication in East Asia. The concept of face in East Asia culture is very important in social interaction, including in political communication. Understanding this concept is essential to understanding the political dynamic in Asian country. The role of religion in politics varies greatly across country. In some country, religion has a very strong influence in shaping public opinion and political behavior, while in other, religion has relatively small influence. Then by going beyond the Western perspective and developing a more nuanced understanding of political communication, we can better understand the complexity of global political phenomena. This will enable us to formulate more effective policies, build better relationship with other country, and contribute of the development or more just and democratic societies. Then the last, maybe I will discuss about step forward to demonstration about political communication. One, encouraging comparative research, conducting comparative research between political communication system in various countries to identify similarities and differences, developing local theory, building political communication theories that are rooted in local and cultural context, then translating and disseminating work, translating the work of social scientists from developing countries and disseminating into the global academic community. Then building collaborative network between researchers from different part of the world to share knowledge and experience. Then in my conclusion, contemporary political communication, contemporary political communication issue require us to think more critically and holistically. The westernizing political communication studies is an important step to address increasingly complex global challenges and to build a more inclusive and equitable future by enriching our perspective, yeah, and acknowledging cultural plurality. We can develop a deeper understanding of how political communication shape our societies. I think enough. Yeah, Aston, I'm sorry any mistake. Thank you. I back to you. Thank you for the change. And thank you for all.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ferdi, for your inspiring idea presentation to contemporary political communication issues and the need for the westernization perspective. It's also interesting. Okay, now to all attendees, if you have questions, you can use the chat box function to submit questions, or you may ask directly by pressing the raise hand button until we will open the Q&A session after the third speakers finish to present her idea. Okay. Now we move on to our third speaker, Ibu Fitri Haryana Oktaviani. Ibu Fitri, are you here, Ibu?
I'm here finally.
Okay,
After
thank you, Bu
the
Fitri. Yeah,
electricity cut in FISIP.
yeah. Okay. Before we will listen to Bu Fitri presentation, maybe I'd like to share a very brief, because we just already mentioned a long biography related to Bu Fitri while we waiting for you.
Sorry.
Ibu Fitri Haryana, it's okay, Bu Fitri. Ibu Fitri Haryana Oktaviani, PhD, is a researcher, lecturer, and practitioner specializing in feminist organizational communication, with a publication record in top-tier journals such as Gender Work and Organization, Management Communication Quarterly, and Leadership. Her research addresses gender inequality in Indonesian organization through a socio-cultural and historical lens. And now she also a member of Indonesian Young Scientist Academy, or ALMI, and she also collaborates a lot with University of Queensland, Badan Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional, and other government organization as a gender mainstreaming expert. Okay, Bu Fitri, let's welcome our third speaker. Bu Fitri, you can now share your screen and begin your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Nia. And I apologize to everybody because we had plenty of technical issues right now. So I hope that you can see my screen right now. Yes, can you see my screen? Okay. Bu Nia, can you confirm? Yeah, she can confirm. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about just a synthesis of what I've learned so far after I graduated from my PhD, as well as working and then continue working in this area in feminist organizational communication through the work of advocacy, as well as the collaboration with the government, as well as with research institutions, as well as universities. So this is not an empirical research that I'm going to show you, but I'm going to tell you my perspective and how important it is to understand feminist perspective in communication studies. So all of this, Bunia has already introduced myself a couple times actually. Thank you for that. While waiting for me to present here for you. So basically, what I'm going to give it to you is basically, as a kind of like reflection of what I have learned so far through my research, through my papers, and also through my activism, as well as my consultancy works. So I'm going to start with the real problems that we face as a society, because discipline, a field of study, cannot separate itself from the problem that takes place in our society. And here, I'm going to talk to you and run through you about the real life gender issues that every day, every one of us are become a part of. For instance, we have learned about there are plenty of gender-based discrimination either in the workplace or in schools. And also we know this, women are very underrepresented at leadership roles. If you just read news, how Prabowo's ministry, maybe Pak Ferdi knows because he's working on the political communication, but we know how few actually women ministers are appointed by Prabowo, which is very, very low in comparison to the previous cabinets. And this is also in comparison and in contrast with the slight increased number of women representation in DPR. Yeah. So this is actually very true. And let's see in Universitas Brawijaya, how many times do we have female rectors? 0 times. Do you think that it's attributed to the lack of leadership quality by the female academics? I don't think so. But there are a lot of issues that can be uncovered in that fact. And then even research says it takes 136 years to close the gender pay gap. It means that despite the fact that women are now at the workplace, the same with men, well, 40% versus 60%, still women earn less than men on average. That means it takes 136 years. I won't be here. You probably won't be here to witness the gender parity in terms of the pay gap, right? More girls are out of school, especially in poor area. Women and girls experience more sexual violence. Even some people who were, somebody killed their girlfriend and then she can be free. That is such a crazy thing. And probably you know from Pakistan, honor killing. If your wife, if your sisters are being raped by a guy or a man, you're gonna kill your sister because you think that she's no longer honoring the family. Like, isn't that insane? If you want to kill someone, kill the rapist. Don't kill. I mean, I don't advocate for killing the rapist, but why do you have to kill the victims? Okay, women get worse health care. Women and girls are killed by people that they know through domestic violence and domestic abuse. Right? Women are sexually harassed at work more often than men. And then we also know when men take paternity leave, they are stigmatized by the society. We also know all male panels, for instance, in webinar, in seminar, you're going to see that the experts that they show in those platforms are mostly men, as if women don't have enough expertise to be in that panels. They don't really think about how does it look like, the representation, the lack of representation of women in the expert roles. Care work are gendered because we know that mostly those who outperform care work are women, right? And then we also know STEM jobs are gendered and stereotype and gender bias in all aspects of life. These are the life facts that you cannot just dismiss. This is not perception. You can find the data, right? You can find the data in everywhere that you can find. If you're interested, you can join my gender and media class because I can show you all of the data about that. And then what about in Indonesia? Well, of course, gender development is part of the national goal. It is mandated by the Constitution, Pancasila, Sila Kedua, dan Sila Kelima, right? And also it is part of the presidential instructions on gender mainstreaming. It is included in long-term development plan and also national development agenda with sustainable development goals. So this is not an issue that you perceive in your brain. This is an issue that roots in everyday life and everyday people's problem. So in looking at all of these real life situations and problems, I argue that communication studies are essential to advancing social change, right? Why? Because they provide the tools to amplify marginalized voices, foster collective identity, and build global solidarity. So that's why by examining how communication shapes public perception and challenges dominant power structures, this field empowers activists and government alike to enact transformative change and work toward a more equitable and just society. So I urge communication studies are not just be in the middle, like in step aside and looking at the problems outside of what's the issue in societies. I encourage this field to take place to solve the world problem. That's what basically my argument is. So now, when we're talking about this issue, I told you earlier that I'm going to introduce you what is feminist perspective in communication studies. So basically, feminist perspective in communication studies has brought critical insights into how gender, power, and identity intersect within communicative process. So feminist scholars, including me, and probably say myself that I'm a feminist scholar. So feminist communication scholars argue that traditional communication theories often reflect patriarchal assumptions, and they're advocates for approaches that foreground marginalized voices and experiences. So now you want to know, how do you know, like, what is your evidence of saying that, right? Now, there are several fields that I'm going to talk about. The first one is gender and power dynamics in communication. We know that in our society, many communication norms reflect and reinforce traditional gender roles, with societal expectations shaping how men and women are supposed to communicate. For instance, assertiveness is often encouraged for men and discouraged for women, leading to differences in how authority is perceived and enacted in conversation. For instance, if you hear a woman be really, really confident in what they say, you will think that that woman is so weird and like so rough. If you know Ibu Risma, so she's very blunt. She's not usual in Indonesia because she's very blunt in the way she says, and a lot of people were probably like, "Ugh, Risma is so forward, right?" It is not expected like that. And then as well as men, when they are soft and when they are, show some mercy, show some feelings, then people will say, "No, you're not masculine enough." So this works both ways, right? This is work for both sides, both gender, men and women. And also gender power dynamics in our society influence who speaks, who listens, who is heard in both private and public communication. So in many settings, men voices and opinions are often given more authority, while women and other marginalized groups may be interrupted, overlooked, or dismissed. These dynamics reinforce societal power imbalance through communicative practices. So I'm showing you the picture of Mahsa Amini, an Iranian lady who was killed, raped, and tortured by military police. You know why? Because she's not wearing a hijab while the country requires a woman to wear hijab. So instead of just saying, I don't know, that having a dialogue, she was killed, brought to jail, raped multiple times, killed until death. And nobody cares about her voices until a group of people like this, and oh my God, this is happening. So women's voices are often silenced because they are considered not important in the society. So that's why feminist scholars argue for empowerment through voice, encouraging communicative practices that allow women and marginalized individuals to assert themselves, challenge oppressive norms, and reshape communication spaces to be more inclusive and equitable. And the second one is identity and intersectionality in communication. We know that identity is complex and multifaceted. So if I say I have an identity, it's not just because I'm a woman, but maybe because I have a particular race. I don't know, I'm Asian, I guess, like Southeast Asian, a class, a middle class, religion, Muslim, and other social markers. So we know that sometimes we have multiple intersecting identities that are marginalized in our society. And that makes our experience is different. You cannot make all of the experiences of all women are the same. Because trust me, if you are living in urban areas, if you are capable, if you have a good economic and educational background, you will be having more privilege than those who are living in rural area, than those who are, I don't know, don't have enough money. So those people have different experiences. So, and we know in communication science, we know that. Because why? Because communication is the primary means through which individuals express and negotiate our identities. And we have to remember that communication is not just the way we talk, but also the way we dress, the way we present ourselves. So for feminists, intersectional feminist scholars emphasize communicative practices that recognize and respect diverse identities. Okay, they advocate for inclusive environments where individuals can express their multifaceted identities without pressure to conform to dominant norms. So misalnya saja, I'll show it to you here. This is an example of the tattoo from New Zealand. They actually show symbols of respect and honors in Maori culture. In Western culture, probably that was seen as, oh my God, you have a tattoo on your chin? What are you? A criminal? Probably if we're just looking at from one side of point of view, if you're looking at from dominant perspective, we will overlook how apparently this tattoo symbolizes strength and honor. Jilbab for a lot of Muslim women symbolizes piety, obedient towards God, and that's the choices that they make, right? So in the Western world, when jilbab is not used by majority of the population, it can be used as a symbol of oppression, or it can be reconstructed wrongly as a symbol of oppression, and then they are not, modern enough, and so forth. So in the Western world, well, jilbab is not common, hijab is not common, then the use of hijab is become an intersecting aspect of identity that can influence the way they are marginalized in the society. In Indonesia, on the other hand, if you're Muslim and you are not wearing hijab, you're probably included in the marginalized community as well, depending on where you're located. So that is the concept of intersectionality. We have to understand every woman is different. If you are living in the poor area, then your experience will be different with this than you are living in the rich area. If you are just entry-level employees working in the dosen-dosen muda perempuan, your experience will be different with the dosen tua professor, which has power. So in intersectionality, in communication studies, we acknowledge that communication practices are not the same. They are marginalized group of the peoples, while giving privilege to some other group of people. So we cannot equate people's experiences. So that we have to be mindful when we are communicating, when we are trying to be inclusive, right? So the other one is gendered language and power relation. We know that language is a tool for power. Language carries inherent power structures that often reflect patriarchal assumptions. For instance, in professional or academic settings, often privileged, rational, objective forms of speech that are coded as masculine, while more emotional, relational forms are coded as feminine and devalued, considered as not important. Because if you are feminine, if you are soft, if you are emotional, if you're relational, as if it was so bad that you cannot be leaders if you're emotional. Well, there are different kind of emotions, right? And they are not all bad. So that's what I'm saying. Also, probably you as a communication student know muted group theory, right? It posits that language is structured in a ways that reflect the dominant group experiences and perspectives, marginalizing those outside the group. Women, for instance, may find that their experiences don't align with the dominant linguistic norms, leaving them with limited ways to communicate effectively in that system. When women are trying to say, ayo kita nggak usah jemput rapat ketika jemput anak, atau kita nggak usah rapat di hari Minggu karena kita perlu spend time with our family, then they will consider, tidak berbakti enough to the organizations. You cannot say that. Well, you know what I mean? So you cannot be muted just because you are a woman, just because you are low level, not muted. But that's what this theory is about, right? So what about the feminist response? So feminist scholars advocate for language reforms that recognize and empower marginalized voices, such as inclusive language policies that consider gender, cultural context, and diverse communication styles. A lot of low-level women employees, for instance, they will not say whatever in their brain. So if there are policies that are detrimental to them, they are just most often they are quiet. But if they are quiet, it doesn't mean that they don't have issues with that. So sometimes you just force the one point of view in our workplace, considering just the dominant narrative, dominant norm, without considering other people's benefit, other people's advantages in our community, in our workplace. And then the fourth one that I want to show you, that identity performance and gender norms in interaction. We know that gender identities is not a being, but it's something that we have to keep on doing, right? So if you probably know Judith Butler's theory of gender performativity, it's basically, if you're born into a female body, then you have to keep on doing things so that you're considered as feminine in society. That's basically what it is. So if you're born in a male body, you have to keep doing things in your body. Like, for instance, you have to talk certain ways, you have to behave certain ways to be able to be considered as masculine and accepted in society. So, and here, of course, it will be detrimental for some people, because some people are not just born that way. It is also contributing to the marginalization of those people for instance, men that is not strong enough or women that is not feminine enough, right? So, so what is the feminist response toward this? So individuals often resist and is encouraged traditional gender norms through communication by adopting non-normative styles of speech and presentation, right? So, we need to create more diverse expressions of identity, right? Communication theory should support that respects and accommodates different ways of being and interacting. So interacting doesn't have to be the same way. Okay, it can be different, and it's all right to be different. Now, I would like you to have a look at this screen that I show you. I just got it this morning from my groups. I mean, I got a lot of groups, I got a lot of social groups, but we are like considering ourselves as gender experts nationally, maybe. It's just our imagination, but that's okay for now. So if you have a look at this story, deretan potret cantik dan anggun istri menteri di kabinet Prabowo kenakan berbagai mode. This is from merdeka.com. What you mean? Penampilan elegan para menteri perempuan kabinet Prabowo di hari pelantikan. What do you mean? Like, oh, come on, they are managed to become ministry. What you talk about is about their body, how they present themselves. Like, what do you mean? Like, can you talk about, I don't know, whether you need to be more inclusive, Pak Prabowo? Lihat ada berapa itu jumlah perempuannya cuma sedikit. Because in development, you have to consider all perspectives. Kalau perempuannya saja tidak dimasukkan ke dalam kabinet, how can you make sure that your ideas, your cabinets, your governing bodies are inclusive? The ideas of it, right? How can you make sure? Like, why are you talking about this? This is liputan 6. I thought they are better than that, right? And look at this, Pak Ferdis, Pak Ferdis expertise in political communication. Milih imam pemimpin kok wedok. Jangan ya, Dik ya. Imam pemimpin kudu lanang. If I'm a Javanese, I'll say, of course imam iku lanang. Lek wedok iku jenenge ima. Right? I mean, sorry for non-Javanese speaker out there. But you know what I mean? Like, this is kind of like, are you sure this is like 2026? No, 2024. Are you still talking about this, man? And this one, perempuan jangan jadi pemimpin kecuali keluarga saya. I think this is in Banten. These candidates basically say, jangan pilih ibu itu karena dia perempuan harus di rumah saja. And you know, they are munafik way. You know why? Because his wife are also the previous pejabat gitu. So, come on, like, are you sure? So you can't choose leader that is not your family then, right? But then this is mainstream media. Merdeka is quite mainstream. Liputan 6 is quite mainstream, and we know in political construct, this kind of baliho or posters are available everywhere. But if we see a little bit non-mainstream, yeah, minim perempuan di kabinet merah putih Prabowo, apa artinya? That's more critical towards it, right? This from Magdalene. From konde.com, hanya ada 5 perempuan di kabinet merah putih. Aktivis, ini pengabaian demokrasi. And this is actually, I screenshot it from my own Instagram story. The pink one is from my perspective, and my friends kind of like poke me ya. Anissa Pohan curhat setelah menikah dengan seorang prajurit lebih mengalah dalam karir. Nggak mungkin dalam rumah tangga keduanya sukses. Saya lebih mendukung suami saya untuk beliau yang sukses. So this is basically an example of state ibuism ya. Zaman dulu itu in the past, in the new order era, zamannya Soeharto, as we know now, we are entering a similar era. Women are placed in 5 roles, yeah. So they basically, we place the ideals. Women are the one who accompany the husband and support the husband. But this is quite, when she said it like that, Anissa Pohan said it like that, it's quite tone deaf. You know why? Because she doesn't understand her privilege and their privilege as family. You know why she can say that? She can say that, you know, I have to support my husband because, you know, because they are both are coming from rich family. You can afford not to work. But a lot of women need to work in order to support their family. And one funny example from the comment section basically say, coba kalau dia adalah istrinya tukang ban. Mana mungkin dia bisa bilang seperti itu, mendukung kesuksesan suaminya dalam usaha tukang ban. There's one perspective. Another perspective is that some women wants to success the same as the same with along with their husband. So kenapa rumah tangga harus saling tarik-menarik? Why not supporting one and another to achieve your ambitions, right? So it is something that is very, very tone deaf when it is said by somebody like Anissa Pohan, right? So that's basically what happened in our public discourses in our media. So the reasons why I show you this one, because we have a course in communication called gender and media activism, and most of the studies are reflecting around the one that I just show you, and this is also like a promotion for you to come to that elective course, right? So basically, what I want to say is that media and representation, identity and power in public discourse. So we know that media is not a neutral ground. It has power and it constructs reality. Media is not just mirrors reality, it constructs our reality, right? It can serve as a powerful communicator of gender norms and power structures, often portraying men and women in stereotypical ways that reinforce traditional roles of power dynamics. Women, for example, are frequently depicted as emotional or domestic, while men are portrayed as authoritative and rational. Oh, also, women are often portrayed with their body. So body is associated with women, while men associated with masculinity. And we know how wrong it is to have that kind of perspective when we talk about leadership, as if women are emotional and that's bad, as if we neglect that some men are also emotional, and emotion is not always bad. Take a look at this picture of Ibu Susi Pujastuti. Mana ada, there is no minister that was being talked about the body as much as Ibu Susi. This is from my previous research. Dicecar pertanyaan soal tato di kakinya. I don't really know kalau Pak Prabowo punya tato or not, right? Raja Juli Antoni, now the Ministry of Kehutanan, if I'm not mistaken. And I lived with him for 1 month when I was kebanjiran at UQ. I lived with Raja Juli Antoni. I don't know whether he has a tattoo or not. Nobody talks about his tattoo. He doesn't have a tattoo, I think, but I don't know. But nobody talks about men's bodies as much as media talks about female bodies. You know what I mean? Look at this buku tematik. And most of you are students mahasiswa ya, pasti udah pernah mengenal buku tematik SD. Look at the depiction of the family in that. Okay, women, mothers, and daughters are cooking together, and the father is watching TV. Well, there's nothing wrong with cooking together, right? It's a life skill. But if you see it like this, you construct an idealized gender picture in your family that it is women's job to do this and men's to do that. Why not, if you want to depict, working together in a family, why not, I don't know, the father is washing the dishes while these women are cooking, or the father can cook and the mother is washing the floor or something. No. So you can be more inclusive and equal in that way without forgetting the message that you want to say to the students, that you basically need to cooperate in your family. And everybody has a different hobby. And a lot of things regarding how women and men portrayed in movies and stuff like that. I want to talk about it, okay? So basically, what we want to argue is that feminist media scholars argue for more intersectional media representation that accurately portray diverse identities and experiences, challenging harmful stereotypes, and providing more empowering role models for marginalized individuals. Gimana mau empower role modelnya kalau tidak ada yang pemimpin perempuan yang ada di ranah publik, right? I'm looking at you, Prabowo, and his cabinet, okay? So now, we know that one of the regime of knowledge, if I not say regime of truth in communication studies, is Craig's 7 traditions in communication studies. Ya, mention tahu 7 tradisi Craig ya, seperti itu. So this is his work is very important because it maps the field ya. Ada 7 tradisi dan tradisinya blah blah blah. But it is not without its criticism. Okay, because that's the regime of truth. Kami menyebutnya regime of truth because if you're not included in that, that means you're wrong. So that's regime of, because there are different ways of organizing knowledge. You know what I mean? So it provides a very important model with 7 traditions, but it omits specific feminist and international approaches, leading scholars to critique its comprehensiveness and inclusivity. So Robert Case, basically, the work is being criticized for its lack of inclusivity. It does not fully capture the complexities brought forth by feminist communication scholars who focus on themes like power, marginalization, and gender issues, right? So this omission limits the model capacity to address social justice-oriented communication perspective, right? For instance, feminist and post-structuralist approaches, which is my approach, which emphasizes the fluidity and identity and intersectionality, is not covered in Craig's model, yeah? So the work is also being criticized for its Eurocentric, yeah? So it's too Western, particularly American views of communication. So of course, this has implications for feminist theory because it overlooks perspective from marginalized groups globally, such as women in Indonesia, which are critical to understanding the role of gender and power in communication. So these are some of the famous names in communication studies, in feminist scholars in communication studies. Probably you've heard Julia T. Wood, Feminist Standpoint Theory, Patrice Bazanil. I'm so proud that I met her and she became my mentor in the past ICA conference like this year. We know Cherise Camare, Muted Group Theory, Linda Putman from Organizational Communication, Caroline Course Campbell in Feminist Rhetorical Theory. Deborah Tennant is not actually feminist, but her work can be used in a lot of communication feminist arena. Rest in peace, Arlene Kaplan-Daniels, about invisible work in organizational communication. We talk a lot about this. Patricia Hill Collins, actually from sociology, but her work on intersectionality affecting and influence a lot of communication scholars as well. And this is the newest one. I'm currently Ashcraft about feminist bureaucracy and organizational hybridity. So what about the journals articles that focusing on feminist scholarship and communication? I'm being biased here because I publish in gender organization, but this is an example of a lot of organizational communication scholars because I'm coming from organizational communication scholars, but they are the highest impact factor is gender work organization, which is Q Scopus Quartile 1, which is like the best of the best. Feminist media studies, also the best of the best. Gender and Society, Science Journal of Women in Culture and Society, and Communication Culture and Critique, Critical Studies in Media Communication. And those are all Q1, which means in the Scopus Indexes journals, they are the best of the best, like 25 top, yeah? And then there are number 2, like level 2, there are Women's Studies in Communication, Journal of Communication Inquiry, Journal of Applied Communication Research, and Journal of Gender Studies. But of course, you can also publish in other platforms such as Management Communication Quarterly. We publish there, like me and a lot of colleagues from the US and Europe together at the time, 2021. But also like other platforms that is friendly with critical scholars, you can also publish there. So what's the next, the future? What is it for the future? So the future research project is about intersectionality and communication practices. I encourage how Indonesian, I don't know, maybe Japanese or Maduris or whatever, non-Western, practice communication and how does it impact on gender and power. We talk a little bit, we brainstorm a little bit with my groups, my social groups about this issue. Interesting, like the use Anissa Pohan menggunakan namanya beliau kepada suaminya, refer to the husband. It shows asymmetrical power relation in the family, So digital feminism and social media activism. So this is also very important because it's a timely issues. Gender and artificial intelligence and communications, workplace policies, and gender equity. This is very important, especially in Indonesia, because we are now still very, very discriminated in Indonesian public sphere, especially when you're women and you're young or junior, then you're going to be at the bottom ladder and you're going to be the doormat. Health communication and gender experience, resistance and resilience in organizational context, media representation and gender narratives will always be there and very important, as well as the role of emotion and relational labor in communication. So I think that's all. This presentation is a part of my upcoming chapter in Quo-Vadis, Refleksi Perkembangan Kajian Feminis dalam Komunikasi Organisasi. But in that chapter, I focus more on organizational communication as my field. This one is I bring forward to a bigger case in communication studies because we are all from there. Thank you very much. I have to return to Bunia.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Fitri, for your insightful presentation related to feminist perspective in a specific in communication studies. Okay, once again, thank you to each our speakers for your valuable presentation. At this time, we'll proceed with our question and answer session. To all attendees, if you have question, you can use the chat box to submit question, or you may ask directly to our speakers by pressing the raise hand button, and kindly remember to state your name along with your questions for reference. Okay, Ibu Pia.
Halo Ibu
Please, Ibu Pia.
Nia,
Yes, Ibu.
Assalamualaikum. I just want to say
Waalaikumsalam.
thank you so much to express my gratitude to our plenary speakers today. Ada Ibu Dr. Fitri, Pak Dr. Anthony, and Dr. Ferdi. Thank you very much from the deep of my heart for your valuable time. I know that you are very busy today, but you have been successfully deliver your presentation, and I hope what you have done can inspire all to our participant today. Thank you so much, Ibu and Bapak. Mwah.
Thank you very much, Ibu Pia. Okay, to all the attendees, when you have a question, feel free to ask directly to our speaker. Okay, we have one question from Fios Fancy. I apologize when maybe I wrongly. Good evening, Miss Fitri. Thank you for your good presentation. My name is Fios and I'm from F3. I want to ask that, do you think that Indonesia can achieve the real gender equality in society in the future? Please, Bu Fitri, maybe you can, you can answer
Oh,
now.
directly reply, yeah? Directly reply.
Yeah, yeah.
No. So sorry, but there's not in ideal condition. I think we are going to get close, but not like on fire. But we have to be confident that in 136 years at least, we will reach gender pay gap parity, which means men and women are paid equally if we do it correctly. So all depends on the efforts that we make as a society in the government levels as well as in our society level. Right now, if you look at the society level, I feel so desperate a lot of times, but we can do it with more and more people understand what is the issue, because sometimes people are considering, oh, feminist perspective itu tidak sesuai dengan agama and everything. What do you mean? Like, we are not talking about, we are talking about how to make sure that we are not trying to menyalahkan satu sama lain atau merajai laki-laki. That's not what the gender equity is about, like how to bring all of the aspects, sila kelima Pancasila. So women, regardless whether you're men and women, you're equal in access and participation in the development and blah, blah, blah. So you receive everything the same. Jadi tidak ada stigma. So is it possible in the future? Well, it is possible. Of course it is possible, but it is like in our utopias, I don't think it will be, but at least in some indicators we will achieve that. Misalnya gender parity in 136 years, if all done correctly, paling nggak laki-laki dan perempuan mungkin sudah bisa setara dalam struktural pekerjaan struktural, bagaimana mereka digaji, etc. So that is the vision, of course, right? Maybe men and women have equal access, sama-sama punya akses yang sama di dalam kepemimpinan, in the science and so forth. Yeah, as long as we do it everything correctly. So that if that is the question, whether it is possible to achieve, yes, it is possible, but it's not probably in utopist way. But we just have to be rational with our optimisnya boleh, tapi jangan terlalu optimis banget. So I think it is possible as long as we done everything correctly. Gitu. Bunia, I'll return to you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Fitri. Hopefully answer the Fios questions. Okay, next for Bapak Ferdi. My name Haryono Wahyudianto. My question is, there a risk that the westernizing perspective will only become a tool to legitimize certain political powers? And for Bu Fitri, do feminist perspective focus too much on women's experiences and ignore other gender perspective? Please, who will give a response first, Dr. Ferdi or Ibu Fitri, please?
Okay, thank you, Miss Nia. Thank you for the question. Yes, I think there is a risk that the westernizing perspective could be used legitimize certain political power. But this is one way to create alternative perspective. How the call happen about the westernizing perspective can legitimize the certain power, that the westernization can be can sometimes be linked, yeah, to nationalist discourse where local tradition and values are emphasized to the exclusion of other. Then this can be used to justify authoritarian regime or policies that suppress dissent. Then certain aspect of local tradition or historical narrative can be selectively interpreted to support a specific political agenda. This can lead to the distortion of history and to be suppression of alternative viewpoints. Then lack of critical analysis in the enthusiasm for the westernization, there might be a tendency to overlook the potential and limitation of local tradition and practices. Yeah. This can lead to the uncritical acceptance and harmful norm on practice. So I think although the westernization is have a risk, but is crucial to develop. Why to crucial of develop? One can promote critical thinking and open debate. Yeah, encourage diverse perspective and challenge dominant narrative. Then uphold democratic value. So I think ensure the westernization is aligned with universal human right and democratic principle. Then number three, can the westernization perspective can engage in cross-cultural dialogue, yeah, foster exchange and understanding between different culture and perspective. And the last, the the westernization perspective can develop a robust academic standard, maintaining research standard, and work the propagation of misinformation or bias interpretation. So I think by being mindful the potential risk and taking proactive measures, we can ensure the westernization can contribute to more just, equitable, and inclusive society. I think my answer for Mr. Haryono. Thank you, Ms. Nia. Return to you.
Yes, thank you, Pak Ferdi. Please, Bu Fitri.
What was the question again? How do feminist perspective focus too much on
Yeah.
women's experience? Yeah. So there are reasons why feminist perspective exists. It's because we want to, historically it centers on women experience because we need to address and correct the marginalization that takes place for women for centuries. And patriarchy is not something that happened from yesterday. It happened for years and years and years of human civilization, right? So
Oke, Bu Fitri. Are you still here? Or maybe face technical problems again?
In the recent years,
Oh, okay.
especially since
Yeah. Bu Fitri?
19 Can you hear me? Test, test. Test, test, test. Can you hear me? No? Can you hear me?
Hello,
Yes,
Bu
yes, Bu
Fitri.
Fitri. Good, good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a
People
little
saying
bit
that.
unclearly, Bu Fitri.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
Bu Fitri, yes.
Now is it
Yes,
okay?
but a little bit unclearly, yeah. I
I'm so
think
sorry,
your
but
internet unstable,
Bu Sri, can you hear me?
Bu Fitri.
No. Halo, halo,
Ya,
Mbak Arum.
bisa.
Your voice
Yeah,
is
Okay.
very clear,
bisa
Bu
ya?
Fitri. It's okay.
Sorry.
Loud and clear. You can continue, Bu Fitri.
Yeah. Because the people here say
Okay, Bu Fitri, I apologize because Bu Fitri, I think Bu Fitri in an
you
unstable connection. Maybe we can continue to the next question that refers to direct to Bapak Antoni. For Mr. Antoni, I want to ask you about what challenges do non-Western communication perspective face in ensuring intergenerational knowledge structure. We already lose some of local wisdom indigenous language right now. Please, Dr. Antoni.
Yeah, yeah, Bu Neni. My answer is what I have mentioned, yeah, maybe about 5 years ago in a conference, international conference in Opole University, Polandia. At the time, I said that non-Western perspective is a big project, yeah, especially in the context of Indonesia. We know that if we quote, yeah, from Yoshitaka Mik, he said that in Asia, for example, in region of Asia, there is still what is for area of geography that have been what is immersed in the context of doing research or work in Asia perspective. For example, Japan, Korea, India, and China or Tiongkok. Yeah. So it is important to make more diverse geography in the context of Asia. So in this explanation, we can see Indonesia still not yet recognized, yeah, that has give contribution in Asia perspective or non-Western perspective. But I think this our job, yeah, for next time, how to develop, yeah, more in using non-Western perspective. I agree with you that there are so many problem, yeah, in developing non-Western perspective. But in the context, maybe for example in Brawijaya, I think we have did simple step, yeah. Almost maybe 10 years, we have put in our curriculum, yeah, non-Western perspective as a course, yeah, in undergraduate, and then in 2023 we also put this subject for magister, yeah, magister level. And then maybe I also want to mention to publication that it is important for us to know that to make sure, to make sure all of us that non-Western perspective is important and still what is in process, yeah. For example, like Yoshitaka Mike in 2022, in his review, so that in among the Western scholar in communication, they are now watching, yeah, they are now pay attention what almost 40 years this non-Western discourse what is exists, yeah, in communication studies. And second is make mention that there is there is the rise of publication related with non-Western perspective in communication studies. And the last, also I find from communication theory to 2024 that Matthew said that maybe not maybe criticize, yeah. There is there is not rapid developing in non the Western perspective in communication study. So I think this opinion, it is very interesting and important for us that we need more to support what is non-Western perspective in the context of communication studies. I think that's all my response, yeah, for Bu Nini. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Antoni. Now we move on to next question that direct to Ibu Fitri. I think I will compile several questions since Bu Fitri here with me. So the first question is, I will remind again, do feminist perspective focus too much on women's experience and ignore other gender perspective? And the next question is from Yurika Dwi Putri. She want to ask you, what are the challenges faces by the feminist movement in fighting for women rights amidst a strong patriarchal culture, and how do they overcome them? And the last question to Ibu Fitri is from Hanum. I would like to ask about how can organization apply feminist communication theories to create more inclusive and equitable workplaces? Thank you. Please, Bu Fitri.
Test, can you hear me? Okay, I apologize because I cannot answer from my laptop, which is disconnected. So first of all, historically, feminist perspective talks about feminist point of view, women's perspective, because historically women's lives are marginalized in our society. So that's the history. But since 1990s, since the development of post-structural theories, post-colonial theories in communication and feminism, so feminist perspective has become more diverse. So now we understand. I mentioned a little bit before about intersectionality, that how actually your identity as a woman can be marginalized because of different identities. For instance, different social class, different background, different religion, different ethnicity, and so forth. So that also complicates how women with multiple identities. And also, since that development of post-structuralism as well as postmodernism in feminism as well as in communication studies, there are subsets of disciplines such as queer theory. This is not developed in Indonesia, but in the Western world, it is quite well developed, and also men's studies. So we also understand that this is the concept that we understand in gender perspective. So gender equality benefits all genders, but gender inequality disadvantage women. So that's basically what the problem is. So gender inequality, but can also still disadvantages for men. For instance, if you know toxic masculinity, if you know that men are often considered as not good enough just because to the children, such as the cases of Vincent. Vincent is one famous celebrity which is being mocked by the society because he decided to stop from work and focus more to pay attention temporarily to focus more on his son, which was being bullied at school. So he said that, oh, I'm going to, temporarily stop the work and care for my son, which is a great thing. But then they are being marginalized. He's being mocked in Instagram, in social media by a lot of them are women. So gender inequality also affects men. So men's studies can also be one subset in the feminist perspective as well that is now developed. So I disagree in saying that we ignore other perspective. That's not true. And then the second question, what is this challenge? What are the challenges for feminist movements amidst very strong patriarchal culture? And I understand what you mean because I work in this area. I work as practitioner as well. I'm an activist as well. And it is very, very hard, especially when you misconstrue feminism as something that is imported from the West. Well, that is not true. Because when you're looking at the history of Indonesia, before colonization, it wasn't Indonesia because there wasn't any Indonesia before colonization, the Dutch colonization, which is before 1600, 1600, before that era. But if you look at the Southeast Asian archipelago, women have more power than what we have now, especially during what we had in our colonization. So actually, the idea of gender equality is not new for Indonesian people. And after the colonization, which is very important because in colonization you have to employ a movement, and actually the one who imported the patriarchal nature back to Indonesia is the Dutch. You know why? Because even Islam came to Indonesia at the time, it was done in a very, very egalitarian way. But because koloni Belanda pengen menjajah dan penjajahan itu diuntungkan dengan adanya perbedaan gender, division of labor, because at the time Europe itu terbelakang. At the time Europe is very, very at the very back, like they think that gender division of labor is the best, so they brought that system to Indonesia that makes Indonesian people follow the traditions, and it's getting worse since then because since Pak Soeharto, since the new order, it has become the tool of new order to suppress women power, ya kan? Because you cannot be powerful in those 36 years of power. Berapa tahun sih Pak Soeharto? 30 years of power. You cannot do that if you let women's movements rise. So that is the problem. So it is very hard indeed to acknowledge like the strong patriarchal culture, but it is not possible if we use the correct way of communication. If we use the message appeal that is resonant with a lot of Indonesians, let's say that if we bring forward this is tujuan Pancasila sila kelima, then we no longer think that it is something that is imported from the West. Well, yes, the term feminism is imported from the West, but the idea of gender equality is not something new. So that's why I'm working now with government, Bappenas, to devise a strategy for gender mainstreaming for RPJPN, like rancangan development in the next 25 years. Then I bring this forward, the idea how to communicate this gender mainstreaming better so that we can really make use of the local values. We can make use of what we believe as good in Indonesian society. And the final one, how can organization apply feminist communication theories to create more inclusive and equitable workplace? So this is very, very hard. This is just something that I talked with my circle this morning, that the idea of meritocracy is something that is overrated. Because you cannot create meritocracy. Itu kan ide di bawah semua organisasi itu yang terbaik adalah dia berdasarkan merit, berdasarkan bakat. The thing is that in a lot of Indonesian organizations, it doesn't work either because, nepotism, sometimes it happens, right? Collusion, sometimes it happens, but also because there are a lot of hurdles along the way. Gimana kamu bisa merit kalau laki-laki dan perempuan itu jalannya beda rintangannya? Women have to face different struggles. Men have to walk straight without struggles. How can you create merit in that way? So I think one way to do it by revising the way we conduct organization, like we revise what is meritocracy. We revise on making a policy that is more gender friendly, that is more feminist friendly, and we have to revise the way we think that good leadership, strong leadership is masculine leadership. Well, there are a lot of different possible ways of how leadership can be enacted, and it has to be accepted. So by changing the way we think about organization, theorizing organizational communication, theorizing organization, then hopefully we can go forward to create more equitable and inclusive workplace. I think that's all for me.
Yes, thank you so much, Bu Fitri, for the comprehensive answer. Next, maybe the last question for Dr. Ferdi, Bapak Ferdi. We move on next from Sena. How can the de-westernization of political communication begin in the study of political communication in Indonesia? And the last question for Dr. Ferdi is, I want to ask you about political communication from Lalu Muhammad Rifki. Related to current issues, we always face the problem of hoaxes and disinformation. How to interpret this situation from the perspective of political communication in order to create a good democratic climate? Please, Dr. Ferdi.
Okay, thank you, Miss Nia. Thank you for Mas Sena and Mas Lalu the question. How the westernizing political communication studies in Indonesia can be initiated through several key strategies. So, of course, I agree with Mr. Anthony the presentation. So the one we can adapt existing Western theory to the Indonesian context. So ini I think replication or indigenizing theoretical framework ya. Adapt existing Western theory to Indonesian context. Then develop indigenous theoretical framework grounded in Indonesia philosophical and cultural tradition. Then number two can prioritizing local research agenda, focus on research question that are relevant to Indonesian political communication. Yeah, that this could include studying the impact of social media on election, the role of traditional media in shaping public opinion, and the communication strategies in political parties and leaders. Then developing local methodology maybe, then promoting interdisciplinary collaboration with scholars from other discipline such as anthropology, sociology, and history to gain a more holistic understanding to political communication in Indonesia. Then the last building, I think, building local intellectual communities and challenging Western hegemony in academic discourse. Maybe critically examine the assumption and bias inherent in Western theory of political communication, promote the work of Indonesian scholars in international academic journal. So by implementing the strategies in Indonesian scholars can be contribute to the westernization of political communication studies and develop a more culturally relevant understanding of political communication with context in Indonesia. Then for Mas Lalu relate the current issue, we always face the problem hoax and disinformation. How to interpret this situation? Yeah, I think the main problem, yeah, the understanding the problem, the social media platform amplify false information, making it difficult to distinguish fact from fiction. Erosion of trust, maybe many erosion of trust and polarization. Yeah, disinformation often exploit existing division. Yeah, then polarizing society in constructive dialogue. So to the how the perspective of political communication in order to create a good democratic climate. So I think the ones can media literacy education,
think media literacy education, promote fact-checking habit, encourage reliance on credible news, then transparent and ethical journalism. Yeah. Journalists should uphold ethical standard. Fact-checking organization can play a crucial role here. Then responsible social media platform. Ya, platform should implement measure to spread of misinformation. Algorithm should prioritize credible content and demote harmful narrative. And the last, maybe can to create a good democratic climate, can civic engagement and dialogue, ya. Encourage open and respectful dialogue between people with the diverse viewpoint. Uh, then critical thinking, ya, and evidence-based discussion. I think the last, addressing the challenge of hoax and disinformation require a multi-phase approach. By promoting media literacy, ethical journalism, platform accountability, or civic engagement, we can create a more information and a resilient democratic climate. So, in all of the strategy can create, maybe he get a good democratic climate. I think that's all. Thank you, Miss Nia Stone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Ferdi Firmantoro, for the answer. Hopefully, all of our speaker can answer the attendance questions. Okay, because it's time's constraint, so this is a very fruitful discussion. As for me personally, there is still a lot of question or a lot of topics related our speakers topic that maybe we can discuss in a future opportunity. As we conclude today's session, here are some key points from this afternoon discussion. From the first speaker, Bapak Dr. Antoni, he mentioned about the history of communication is an emerging and evolving field of study. As a new domain, communication science has so far paid little attention to the use of historical approach. The public sphere is essentially a process of interaction among actors related to political processes, and the existence of the public sphere is important for social change. So it is important to strengthen the existence of the public sphere. And next, from the second speaker, Bapak Dr. Ferdi Firmantoro, he mentioned about the digital convergence and AI present new challenges and opportunities in political communication. To navigate social change influenced by political communication and technology, several things need to be considered, including digital literacy, regulation, and ethics. And the next point is the need for the westernization of perspective arises from the limitation of Western theories in explaining political communication phenomena in developing countries, the importance of understanding local and cultural context, and the need to develop more inclusive theories and model. And the last point from Bapak Dr. Ferdi is step towards the westernization include encouraging comparative research, developing local theories, and translating, disseminating work, and building collaborative networks. And last but not least, from the third speaker, Ibu Fitri, she mentioned about the feminist perspective in communication studies has brought critical insight into how gender, power, and identity intersect with communication within communicative process. It is show how gender and power dynamics operate through traditional communication norm and power imbalance. Related to intersecting identity, she told us that intersectional feminist scholars emphasize communicative practices that recognize and respect diverse identities. Related to gender, language, and power relation, she also highlighted that feminist scholars advocate for language reforms that recognize and empower marginalized voices, such as inclusive language policies that consider gender, cultural context, and diverse communication style. The last point that I remember from her is feminists also critique the seven tradition for their lack of inclusivity and Eurocentrism. Okay, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers once again for their invaluable contributions and to our audience for your active participation. We hope today's discussion has provided you with new perspective and valuable insight into various views in communication studies, including public sphere in national history as a communication history study, the feminist perspective, and the westernization of political communication. Thank you all once again for your time and participation. We look forward to seeing you at a future session and wish you continued success in your respective endeavors. Enjoy the rest of the conference and thank you for joining us today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. I hand the session back to the MC. Thank you very much.
Wow, what an insightful discussion for today. Thank you so much, Mrs. Nia, for guiding us through the first presentation. Let's give Mrs. Nia a round of applause.
Bapak Ibu peserta Brawijaya Communication International Conference, selanjutnya kita akan memasuki parallel session 1 yang akan dipandu oleh moderator masing-masing dan nantinya para peserta akan dimasukkan ke dalam 4 breakout room yang berbeda. Setelah selesai mengikuti parallel session 1 ini, para peserta dapat meninggalkan Zoom meeting.
Distinguished participants of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference, we will now proceed to parallel session 1, where each session will be facilitated by its respective moderator. In a moment, you will be assigned to one of 4 designated breakout rooms. After finishing the parallel sessions, all participants could leave the Zoom meeting platform.
Dan esok kita akan berjumpa di Zoom ini kembali untuk mengikuti kegiatan sesuai rundown acara yang telah dibagikan oleh panitia. Dan pastinya di hari ketiga besok juga akan ada best paper awarding session yang pastinya telah ditunggu-tunggu oleh para peserta. Dan selanjutnya kami silakan kepada para panitia untuk memasukkan para peserta ke dalam breakout room masing-masing. Saya Sasa Maulidina dan rekan saya Aleida Maharani beserta segenap tim yang bertugas pamit undur diri. Selamat mengikuti parallel session.
Tomorrow, we look forward to welcoming you back in the Zoom platform to continue with the program as scheduled. And tomorrow, there will be the awaited Best Paper Awarding session. At this time, we kindly invite the organizing committee to guide the participants into their respective breakout rooms. We wish you a productive and engaging session. I'm Aleida Maharani and my colleague Sasha Maulina. We're signing off.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.